Hello everyone. Welcome back to another session.
Of
Tomb.
Of?
Annihilation.
Alright.
Of?
I feel like I was waiting for Rose to say the Annihilation, but they're not here.
How epic would it have been if she got back right then?
That would have been fantastic. Last time on Tomb of Annihilation, you... How detailed do we want to make this recap? You explored the various floors of... well, the tomb.
We explored hallways.
Yeah, you explored the hallways, looking through all 4 of these floors. You found rooms that had masked corpses, skulls with flaming eyes, a meat grinder room, a room that had a rusted statue that tried pulling you in, a circular room that had a fountain inside of it, a room with a green face that seemed to have a black dark spiral on the inside, a checkerboard room with ethereal links to sarcophagus, hallways that reversed your gravity, mossy balconies, rooms full of water, and the ceremonial weapons on the walls triggered or trapped inside, crawl space with floating discs. There was a wall of force on the right side of the balcony, a workshop of some kind, and a second crawl space that wasn't completely explored, a room with a labyrinth in it, which is here on this floor, another green face of some kind, 2 different halls that lead to stone blocks with an image laid on it, and a mirror room, which took up a large portion of last session, as Saga got their soul sucked into this mirror, and upon Saga attempting to exit through the astral plane, they found themselves inside of a different room filled with corpses and Utyas. The Utyas went on the offensive, and eventually Saga was forced to pull the 2 levers that were inside of the room. As they pulled the first one, a huge sphere of utter darkness appeared that threatened to suck them in. As they pulled another lever, it proceeded to get even larger. As they pulled the lever one final time, they were on the verge of death, but have finally escaped. Now with 2 death fails on their person, neither of which have recovered. Saga is currently sitting at 2 death failures.
What if one day we did a session and then during the recap at the start you just lied to us?
Oh, what
made
the
stuff up.
And then
I forgot this.
Saga sadly died.
Okay, but if he said that, would you just play along or would you correct him?
What choice do we have?
Yeah, true. I mean,
Anything Aqua says is real.
I go, yo, Aqua, wait, no, she got out, remember? And in a tragic twist, Aqua died with her. Ah, no! No!
I've kind of wanted to run, I don't know if like as a one-shot or a dungeon or something, where I, as the DM, am constantly giving completely terrible like narrations about what's going on. So it'd be like Upsilon heads over to the left room, and Upsilon's like, I'm not going to the left room, it's obviously trapped. Upsilon goes to the left room, and you're just you just defy the narrator constantly.
That's great.
It sounds really funny. It sounds difficult to execute, but I think I can pull it off. Alright,
wow,
here you are.
That was quite the run. That Argentinian Smo. Anyway.
Hello.
Oh, just in time. We literally just finished a recap.
Oh, that's good. Sorry, guys.
No, the dog is important. I hope they're fine.
I had to get her weight because the importance of how much poison she digested versus how much she weighs is like astronomical. So I needed to know exactly how much she weighs. But thankfully, she needed to eat like 3 more, according to her weight, in order for it to be a lethal dosage. So, being fat has its perks.
Maybe I'll just stay fat then.
Actually, it was like a really funny like stand-up comic that was talking about how he accidentally like mixed roofies and alcohol, which is like a big no-no, and he basically ended up in a hospital with like his entire body just like shut down basically, and his doctor was like, you know, he was like asking like how bad was it? He's like, you had so many drugs, like if you were not fat, you would die. And the
Wow.
comic is like a chubby dude, and he's like, cool. So anyways, this is why I haven't lost weight. No more questions. It's very good. But yeah, because she's a bigger dog, she only ate like 1 ounce thingy of the poison, and she is fine, I hope. I called the vet too to ask if I need to get hydrogen peroxide, which makes dogs throw up. But the vet said, don't give her that at your house because if she doesn't throw up, then she'll get hydrogen peroxide poisoning. So if you want her to throw up, then take her to the vet. But then I asked the vet, should I, like, this is what happened? And the vet said, poison control would know best, and if that's what they told you, I would go with that. Because, they usually have the right, like, dose in terms of, like, how to treat the poison. Also, fun fact, today I found out that if you sell poison on a marketplace, like, in the US, you have to have a hotline for it.
Huh.
So,
Really?
yeah, because
That's fucked
kids
up.
and dogs and shit eat it all the time.
That's why I hate
I
children.
see.
I mean, obviously there is illegal poison that doesn't have hotlines,
Yeah.
but
Though that's the cool poison.
that's the poison, yeah. Anyway, I think she's gonna be fine. They said that it's probably gonna be like minor throwing up and green poop, but that should be about it.
Nice.
Very
That's
cool.
the best
Very cool.
kind of poop.
True.
You better be okay. I'll kill you if you die.
Oh,
Wow.
Joke's on you because actually I'm not going to say that.
we are. Speaking of green poop, you are here in a dungeon. Whatever is not green poop.
Are you sure?
Not yet.
It is odd that adventurers never seem to need to use the restroom. We hand
There
wave it
will be
away.
green poop when we're done with it.
My goals are beyond your understanding.
Like, do you notice that Fort Valorian doesn't even have a restroom? I think there's only a single restroom mentioned in all of the Tomb of Annihilation module, and that's back at Camp Righteous.
Do you think they don't have a bathroom, or do you think we just never bothered to find it?
What
Wait,
if it's
hell no.
hidden?
You have to search for it.
Make an
It's like
insight-
really well hidden too.
make
That's
an
why Saga
investigation
can't find
check
it.
to find the washroom. Yeah. you need to get a nat 20 on 3 investigation checks back to back in order to find a toilet.
Okay. Anyway,
Which room were we planning on going to? I thought we were planning on going to this room over here that we only saw at the end of last session, right?
I do kind of want to go up to the spinny room of death at some point, but yeah,
Oh, we can
let's
do
just
that right now. if
because
you
it'd be
want.
funny. Is there anything blocking us from going upstairs? I don't remember where the tsunami room was.
It's not in the way of the staircase, I believe.
Yeah, I think.
Does anyone know how to get rid of death?
Yeah, my bad.
Spells?
Nice.
Death spells?
Not
Mm.
die.
No,
Rest
Probably
in
I
peace.
would
sleep.
I would assume either a short or long rest, but I'm not sure.
Sounds
I
right.
think it's a long rest.
In which
Aqua, can
case,
you
you're
confirm
fucked.
I was
this?
to say normally this is where Aqua would be like yes or no, but he hasn't said anything.
You have never seen anything like this.
Oh shit!
How?
You're just teetering on the brink of death for the rest of your life.
Oh god.
Yep, Joran says, normally just being above 0 HP is enough to make a death fail go away. And yet, it is
okay.
not.
Kind of stuff.
Well, fuck me, I guess.
Yep.
Maybe it's probably just like eating part of your soul or something. No big deal. Just
No
don't
big
let
deal.
it get the rest of it.
It's fine.
Correct. Just stay a little bit away from the front.
So anyways, I'm reclassing into a mage. Just kidding.
Okay, have fun.
So, any objections to me going to the spinny room of death?
Don't
No,
spin
you
your
can
don't
get
spin your
chopped up into
spin.
little bits.
Oh,
Alright, if there are no objections, we'll head back to the first floor.
Yeah. Okay, so what am I looking at here?
Stuff.
Is this currently spinning?
Oh, that room. Yeah, you should have. That's what I wanted you for last time.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
Give me a moment.
What is this ominous music? Turn it off.
That's not very
It-
nice, Rose.
It's not called the Tomb of Excitement
Should be.
or Tune of Exhilaration.
Tuna?
Just as a recap of this particular room, let me read through the descriptor one more time, since, any particular detail may be relevant or maybe not. Carved birds soar across the walls of this corridor. Blocking the passage near its northern end is a large adamantine propeller with 5 sharp blades. The propeller at this current moment is not active. Scattered across the hallway is blood everywhere.
You said there are birds on the side?
Yes. I can even...
Does it look like I could, like, tie something to the birds, like a rope to them for support, or no?
Could you repeat that question?
Does it look like I could tie a rope to the birds and it would be secure?
No, they are just drawn onto the walls.
Oh, okay. Drawn. I thought they were like busts on the wall or something. How big is this propeller?
Well, I guess they're not drawn so much as they're carved into the wall, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. And how big is this propeller again?
The propeller is as big as it looks right there. It's quite
Okay.
massive. It's easily 20 feet across. Each
Right.
propeller blade is 10 each, about. That is a big blade. Like, let me see how much a helicopter blade is like.
Oh, probably
A helicopter
fucking huge.
The helicopter blades are massive, yeah. 500 millimeter? What does 500 millimeter mean? 5 meters?
No, that'd be half a meter.
A maximum rotor is about 27 feet across, ish, or 20 feet total. Anywhere from, like, you're looking anywhere from like 20 to 27, and this is like half the size of a helicopter blade. Pretty big
Yeah, I'll
slope.
go if I walk a little forward, does anything happen?
Right there, no.
What if I like am flying a little bit?
Still no.
Okay. I'm going to move a little closer then.
All right, as you get to right about here, you begin to hear it. Toot, 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 toot. It is accelerating very fast. You can already begin to feel the wind pressure beginning to try and suck you forward. You have time to move backward if you'd like.
Mm.
I'm gonna back down to here. These things have had
Hmm.
pretty large AoEs.
Yeah. Valindra is also keeping some distance.
Wait, let me see if I have any spells that would be relevant here.
Myself on. Oopsies.
Um. Yeah, I'll back up. Back up to
Alright.
around the corner.
As you do, it already begins to simmer down, though it's slowing down a lot more slowly than it was speeding up. So while it accelerated to an incredibly rapid speed very fast, it takes like another minute just to fully slow down to a stopping point.
Okay, as it's slowing down, I'm gonna cast this to try and see if I can get any information about it.
Alright, find traps. Is this with the updated description?
I believe so, yes.
The intended damage trap type of this trap is slashing. While it's cast, you do have any advantage on saving throws made to resist the trap, however.
Yep. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not talking about the damage type, but I'm gonna try. I think I'm gonna try and also actually before I do anything, this black area right here, is this a wall or is like this? What is it showing here?
Which one?
This black area right here that runs up and down here. Like, is this wider here than it is here?
Yeah. In fact, if I had to kind of get a because I guess we don't see things. We kind of see things in a conical fashion of sorts, as such, right? See, that might make it a bit more clear. This part right here is wall. The part up here definitely is leading into some kind of larger chamber, though you can't get a good view outside of kind of leaning a bit to the left and right.
Okay. Well, while Fine Trap's active, I'm going to try and I don't know how to describe this, but try and make it through the propeller without getting hit as it's spinning up.
Give me 1 second.
So I don't know what relevant skill check you think that would be. I think was saying earlier, it's probably either an acrobatics or a dex save. So whatever you feel is most relevant for what I'm trying to do.
Okay, give me just 1 moment. Okay, Kari, could you repeat that one more time? I had to send a message that was important.
Okay, so while this is beginning to spin up, I want to try and make my way through the blades if possible.
Alright.
Or around the blades, whatever, I don't know what skill check you think would be most relevant for that. Like Wiz was saying, I was assuming it would be acrobatics or dexterity. Dexterity save, like whatever you think is most relevant, but that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get through, and I want to get to the other side and kind of get around this wall so that it can't push me back.
Got it. Alright. You brace, and you're off. As you get to right about here, you begin to see it start accelerating, and you notice that the closer you get to it, the faster it begins to accelerate. You're moving, your feet are barely touching the ground. You are like a little bird flying through, and as you approach right here at these propeller blades that are spinning with such intensity, such speed, you try to make the perfect leap to get through unharmed. It is an acrobatics check.
Does it matter that I have wings as well? Like the ability to fly? I don't know if that would help at all.
It doesn't seem to do much.
Okay. But if it is acrobatics, then sheer mastery would cause it to automatically pass.
And so you do. Nobody can go through these blades quite so well as you. As you propel yourself forward, and with your flying speed, you avoid falling into the pit here. You move around a corner so that you stop getting pushed by the blades of wind right there. Not blades of wind, the wind from the propeller. Over on the other side down here, Jordan, you're kind of getting pressed against that wall there, as it's like an air tunnel that is being created further than where the trap initially triggered. It even seems to extend in all the way down to the other side, as such. And pushes all the way through, as such.
Interesting.
Wind of this intensity, it doesn't seem like the propeller should be capable of exerting this much wind pressure. And yet. Yes, you're holding onto the wall, like, especially if most of your body is not right there, like, you don't have to try very hard. You have enough strength to be able to just hold yourself in place against it. As Kyon gets over to the other side and is looking at what they see, the propeller you can already hear is beginning to die down. in this room.
While I was passing through, are there any like mechanisms I can see on the back side of the propeller?
No, there do not seem to be any kind of mechanisms of the sort.
Okay.
Maybe they're under the
All
floor
right.
or something.
Yeah.
Looking here, a deep pit opens at the entrance to this tomb, with a stone sarcophagus resting at the bottom. A snarling, monkey-like creature decorates the sarcophagus lid. Beyond the pit, 3 treasure chests sit on stone dice. The chest on the left is carved of black onyx, a deeper black than any onyx you've ever seen. The middle chest is made of rusty iron, and a chest on the right a cast of silver and glistening with frost.
The last time we saw a monkey type creature was Papazottles, I think, right? Does it look like? Well, actually, I guess I can't actually ask that since I can't see it. But
Well, I mean, we do have a telepathic bond established, so.
Yes, John, you notice that you can't like get it, where you're standing, but as soon as you just move to the left, like it's easy enough to get a clear direct link over to. Oh, whoops,
Right.
sorry.
Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye.
Yeah, but moving over to the left does instantly kill you. So
It happens.
new character.
yeah, but like, does it look like the one from Papazottle's shrine?
Papazotto was an Iblis. The monkey-like creature that you were thinking of is a Sioux monster, which is Wongo.
Oh, that was Wongo. Okay.
Were there any information on the plaques that you guys remember about this? See, I'm trying to go back on it right now.
I will pull it up as well. Here are the relevant plaques that you have found thus far.
Alright, I'm gonna keep these open. I forgot. I had these open earlier. Or last time.
I don't think I see anything that's relevant here.
No, I don't think so either.
Hey Aqua, can I use Mage Hand to open up the pit trap that you mentioned was behind the propeller? Is that possible?
That pit trap is where you see Wongo sting right here.
It's
It's
okay.
Yeah, it's like 15 feet deep, so it looks like it would deal a little bit of fall damage if you were to fall into it. But, you know, you fly, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Chances are at least 2 of these chests are trapped, if not all 3.
Probably all 3.
One is trapped slightly less than the others.
Yeah.
I would
right.
teleport. Valendra speaks up. I would use Dimension Door over to there, but I'm concerned that they have some kind of mechanism against it. I doubt the solution would be that simple.
Yeah, I agree. Just in case it's relevant, how bright is it in here?
Everywhere inside the tomb is kind of dark. There's no natural lighting anywhere, except when otherwise specified.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I don't know if we can do anything with this quite yet without just wildly touching everything.
I mean,
and
we
seeing
might
what
not
happens.
even be able to open the chests, much less anything else.
Right. Is the monkey like carrying anything? Have anything in its hands?
The monkey does not have anything inside of its hands, no. Looking at the chests for a better look, you see that they have a latch on them, but they don't seem to have a lock.
Damn. Although I probably wouldn't want to randomly pick locks in here, even if they existed. Sounds I think a stereo might get mad at me and make the trap worse.
I don't know if I'd
Yeah,
go
I'm not
that
sure.
far, but
You guys have any ideas or?
I had ideas last time, and now I have
Forgot
to
'em.
death fails, so I have no ideas left.
unless
That's
you were to
fair.
go, you could go closer and maybe examine the 3 chests. But other than that, I don't know.
Like I touch it and it sends me to the same mirror dimension as Saga.
I doubt that, but
Yeah,
like you could get a closer
sure.
look at them. But
I'll get a closer look at the Onyx chest, Aqua.
Right? You take a look. This black chest is ornately crafted. It's very meticulous. It's also incredibly dark for Onyx. This is some of the darkest Onyx you've ever seen. Much like the other 2 chests, there is a latch on it, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of lock of any kind. It looks like it's easily openable.
Oh.
Oh, Find
Yeah.
Traps is still active, isn't it?
I'm assuming it's not been a minute since I ran through, which I mean,
Yeah, you've
All I
had
did
some
was
time to look
look at
around.
it.
This is true.
Yeah.
The traps.
yeah. I mean, actually, Find Traps would have worked as soon as I was here. If there's anything on this chest, so like as soon as I went through, it would have triggered. And
so you don't learn the
lead-
location.
It's just that yeah, it's like it just. I know that a new trap exists, basically.
Yeah.
So, I guess in theory, if I like, since this is a triangle, I would, if there's one on this, I would sense it first, and then these two would come afterwards. But that's not
This is
saying
true.
much.
This is true. So, as you were over here, actually, since you would have noticed this as you were into range. Sorry, let me check. Yeah, as you were about here, you detect a cold trap of some kind. As you're running through, and you get to right here, and you get closer, within 60 feet of this black chest even, you detect a force damage trap.
Okay.
Well, this is probably the cold trap. Given that this chest was freezing.
Frosted, yeah.
Yeah, frosted.
So
Force could be either one of these, but it's probably the Onyx one if I had to take a guess.
then tell me more about the other two chests as I look and try to investigate them.
They all seem identical when looking at more at them. The chest in the center. Let me see what it was. Made of rusty iron. You can see that there are even flakes on the floor, kind of laden all about it. It too has a latch on it with no lock. The one on the right radiates a kind of cold, without having to really stand too close to it. It's a little bit cool, like snow. It doesn't look like it would hurt you or anything to touch it. Like you can like lean in close to it without anything harming you in any capacity. And it too has a latch on it, no lock.
I'm gonna grab some of the rusty flakes on the ground and kind of take a look at them. Is there
Right.
anything?
He's gonna eat the fucking
You do have Arcana expertise. Looking over at these flakes, one thing that becomes apparent is that they are magical, or at the very least seem to have been composed of something magical. Looking around, do you have investigation?
Negative.
Alright, there's certainly a lot of
Yeah.
flakes around, but whether or not they once belonged together or came from discrete sources, you can't tell, because they're flakes now.
Aqua, is the propeller like large enough to touch the wall?
Yes, it covers basically this entire area around here. Like, there's no gap except for one that you essentially have to dive through, it seems.
Okay, what about if you don't step on the ethereal links?
The ethereal link for this one is...
You said that they were right there, right? There's two.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like right there, pretty much exactly where Kyon stepped before the propeller started to accelerate.
Okay, does it look like there's a way to step around the ethereal links? Like, is there enough space?
There is not. It seems to cover from ceiling to floor.
Okay.
The only thing I could think of would be that we could, if we can get like a clear view of Kyon from this side, like this way, I could teleport to him, and then either you could teleport to me. Actually, let me check. Maybe I might have investigation proficiency.
Technically 3, Jordan. This is probably the slashing trap that you were noticing.
So I mean, I could teleport to Kyon, and you could teleport to me. Maybe.
Yeah, but like Bollinger said, teleporting. I'm assuming there's some safeguard against teleportation here.
I mean, when Saga was in that pit, she was able to try teleporting. She just wasn't able to make it because of the walls.
Just remember that Acerak is insidious. If we're too brazen about attempting to circumvent certain things,
Yeah,
well, you saw what happened over to your monk there.
that's a good point.
Technically speaking, we did not.
I've been
Showed
attempting to
up
formulate
mostly.
I've been attempting to formulate a theory of exactly what happened too, but I'm still thinking about it. It is odd. You never found yourself on the astral plane, correct?
Yes. Right?
You should have been in the astral plane, but you very much weren't. Could you use astral projection?
Yeah.
I'll ponder it some
Seems
more.
that. It
Wait, I have
feels
an
like.
idea. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt, but I have an idea. Aqua, how likely do I think it would be if I went back here for a second, tried to apply sovereign glue onto the propeller to make it not be able to spin? Like, surely there's got to be some center of the rotor here that I could glue like onto another piece of metal so that it can't spin.
You'd have to get closer to be sure. You take a look. Do you have perception?
Yes.
You're looking to see if there's some kind of anything exposed on the rotor that you can maybe look, and very carefully looking, right, like from this distance, you see that it's not 100% flush with the ceiling or the floor. It's pretty close, but it's not completely flush.
Does anything happen if I try to move Mage Hands closer?
No.
Can I try to apply it with Mage Hands onto
Uh,
some element of the propeller that I believe would make it get stuck?
Let me check on something. Because I have to inspect whether or not using Sovereign Glue is an action, because then it wouldn't be able to. No, I don't think this is used in the same way like a health potion is used, because it doesn't specify as such. It just tells you what it does, the container does, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd buy it. The Sovereign Glue, you go ahead and try moving the Mage Hands over to try and, seal it nicely there at the top. And seal it nicely there in the bottom. You give it a nice minute to set, right? Glue, glue, glue. Alright, and glued. All around the perimeter of the rotor.
And I'm just going to say this now. If I am not confident that that would work, I'd apply a second ounce of glue. So take that to mean what you want. If you think I would apply a second one, then I'd apply a second one.
How cautious, Kion?
Pretty cautious. I'll apply a second
I'd say you go for a second.
Okay. After the minute passes, I'm going to try going back to the point at which the trap, stopped activating, wherever it was, somewhere down here.
Yes, as you approach right here, you begin to hear it. The whirring mechanism. You almost see sparks flying as it's unable to rotate.
Nice. I'm very glad I stole that.
Nice.
Alright, Saga, come on in.
Come on.
Just make sure you dodge the traps here, because there are at least some. Just in case, I'm going to back
I'll
out.
walk slowly.
Just in case the room doesn't like having more than one in here, I'm gonna back out, and then you guys are take a peek.
Obviously, I am dodging all the traps.
Yeah. I would never know what are traps, if that's what you meant, but... Oh, you meant like the types you found. Inside of this hallway, right, you just see the rotor continuing to try to spin, but the Sovereign Glue is holding it steady. I suppose I will also sate my curiosity on this.
I'll head into this room as well on the broom, because otherwise I'll fall into the pit.
Wait, what about the whole 1% at a time thing?
Well,
Are we
I
doing-
said I'm not sure. So you can check what you want, but
I'm down to gamble 2 people at once.
Yeah, can you not give
Okay,
me though?
alright.
Please? Can you guys wait until I go in here and investigate, and then
will
you
wait.
guys can fuck around?
Somehow
to
it
be
makes it a
fair,
1%
Jordan being there is also beneficial to you if something bad does happen.
Oh.
So it's up to you then.
Valindra will try and cast Dimension Door aimed across, and as they do, they appear right here. Ah, of course. The rotors continue to just try and turn, but they can't.
Alright, what do I see?
Let's see. You... In terms of etherealness, ethereal links, as you're looking about the room for anything that's too notable. The only ethereal link... Oh, you see a few. One, you see that each of the chests is connected here. And two, you see that this chest is connected to the wall. This blue one is connected to the wall in some fashion.
Okay.
Mhm.
I will go over by the wall and make a investigation check, I guess.
Yeah. Investigating about, it doesn't seem that anything's really off about this wall, except as you're looking about it, you notice that there's a thin little layer of something on the ethereal plane all across the wall. And in fact, as you inspect, it seems like it is across all of the walls, as almost like a box.
Is it closed like where the entrance is? Or is it open here?
It's open right there.
Okay, because then I don't know if we triggered it, you know. Okay, so I'll make another investigation check to about the ashes or whatever you were talking about.
The flakes here?
Yeah.
Alright, you look about to see if there's some pattern between these flakes. You don't have the Arcana to know about their magical nature, but at the very least you can discern that many of these flakes seem like they are composed of very similar material, as if they had come from the same whatever it was.
Okay. Does Jordan have Arcana?
I don't know.
Nice. Fantastic.
All right. Well,
What?
if you guys think it's safe, I can come back and
he's
try and.
definitely in Discord. Right.
Oh yeah, that's true. Valinger definitely has Arcana.
Yeah. Let me...
Yeah, I'll ask her to check about the flakes.
Yeah, give me one moment. I just realized that the diagonals on all my maps are kind of wonk, and I'm fixing them. Because by raw, diagonals aren't treated in a very Euclidean fashion. And
I see.
that's dumb. So, now it's a little bit more sane. There we go. Belinda will go ahead and inspect these as well, with the knowledge that you provided about the investigation. If I had to make an estimation about this used to be some kind of magic item. But now it's but rust.
Do we think the mending spell would have any effect?
I fucking doubt it.
I'd be
This
very
isn't
surprised.
This is it's not slightly broken. It's literally turned to ash.
Let me see if it got destroyed by touching the rust. I don't think I care for this. They drop a ring of vision onto the a ring of increased vision down onto some of the flakes, and nothing happens to it.
I'll tell her like about the blue.
They had one of these too.
Classic.
I did actually want to buy that because I thought it would be funny, but then also I was like, that would be creepy.
That'd be funny, dude.
I'm gonna ask her like. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna tell her like the only chest that seems to be connected to a trap. Well, the only chest that's connected to the wall is this one, but all the chests are separately connected to this thing in the middle, which I will proceed to make an investigation check on.
Have we tried opening that sarcophagus? Well, does it look like
Not
one?
opening it, but I'll get real close and peek.
Yeah. You're peeking. It does look like, well, it does look like a sarcophagus for one thing. For another, looking at it, it's fairly firmly shut. You don't see a single gap that would allow you to see onto the interior of it. You're just like flexing the immune to fall damage whenever you can.
They're pretty
feel
funny
immune
immunity.
I'm not immune to fall damage, but I can't take damage when I fall because I was a land and I have the permanent buff to falling.
Right, do you guys want to try and interact with this chest and see if you can do anything with it? The iron one or the sarcophagus, one of the two. I feel like these are definitely the trapped ones for sure, though. The onyx,
Yeah, I
Which
think
and
so.
ones?
the onyx
The
one
onyx
and
the
cold one.
silver.
Why do you
'Cause-
think?
Well, the cold trap for one, was connected to the wall, and then that was your ethereal link showed that it was connected around the entire room, and that was detected when I was back here. That's when I detected the cold trap, and so it makes sense for the one that's connected to the wall to be the one that's connected to the cold trap. And also it's the cold box, which doesn't really help. On the other hand, this onyx one, I think is the most likely one to be the force trap, because when I was about here is when that started pinging off. There was a force one. There was also a force trap in the vicinity. And the iron one probably would have started pinging earlier than the onyx one. So like these two zones are going to be the same distance away, right? But the iron one's a little closer. So the iron one pings off a little faster. But because the cold trap is connected to the wall, I think this is the cold trap and this is the force trap. Though if you want to check out the sarcophagus, that's always. I don't know if you can figure something out with that.
I'm gonna tell Valindra to do it. I'm gonna step away.
I'm not particularly strong. They
Well,
tried lifting the lid.
we have Jorin. It's fine.
I will hand you. I will lend you a hand, but you need to open it because I'm too scared.
They trying, but they're straining. They can't. It's like it's either too heavy or I'm too weak to lift it.
Jorin just jumps down the pit.
All right, Jordan. A mighty attempt, but it does not even budge a little bit.
Huh.
Well,
It does not seem to be that its muscle will open this. That's a way of phrasing it.
But what if we had a really, really durable crowbar?
ooh,
You want to know something funny? I actually do have a crowbar.
where would we get one of
Yeah,
those?
how durable is it though? If only instead of my immovable rod, I bought an immovable crowbar. Takes a little technique to use, but
So you guys want to keep messing with sarcophagus? Do you think we just check out the iron chest and hope for the best?
I mean, I'm not in the room. I won't speak for your lives.
I have. Yeah, same.
Well, I'm not
I-
also in the. I'm also not the.
You're okay,
Hold
okay.
on, this guy's just like throwing
Oh, yeah, I
gas.
forgot.
I
I forgot Carrie was massive.
Oh, yeah, true. Harry's actually like stuck out here. Basically, he's.
You know
You'd have
what?
trouble
I
seeing
actually
that hallway.
don't think Harry can move
How
past the
about you
propeller
open all
blades.
of them?
I also don't think Harry can be the faster roller blades. They cover too much of the room.
Cast reduce on Harry.
Harry could cast reduce on himself, but that would defeat the whole purpose. He'd rather cast enlarge on himself. I
What
think.
if you blow up the chest?
Yeah, Wiz, what do you think about just trying to open the iron chest? Is there some way to do it, like interacting with the lock on it, the pad on it?
The latch looks easily moved.
Oh, that's monster.
I mean, if you guys want, I can interact with it using mage hands because I can do that from outside the cold trap zone.
We could all step back while you try that.
All right, move out the way. Let me try it.
Right. The mage hands don't have a lot of force behind them, but you have 3 of them, right?
Yeah, Sagi, you might want to get out of the room just in case.
Yep, I'm leaving. Hold
Not
on.
very
Alright.
fast, it seems.
Hold on.
She's going far.
Hold on. Alright.
All right. You continuously hear the sparks on the thing right there, but it looks like that Sovereign Glue is holding true. It's not even budging. It's not just the power of Sovereign Glue.
You're good.
What a cool
It's
item.
not called a non-Sovereign Glue.
Honestly, I was waiting for Hysteric just to the skull to appear, and he says he just casts wish on it just to dematerialize the glue.
He just vomits out universal solvent.
All right, you use the force. It looks like 30 pounds is enough. The lid is not super heavy. As you lift up the chest from that distance, when suddenly you see it inside of the metal chest. There seems to be some kind of key, but only the bottom half of it that is protruding from the underside of the lid.
Well, I guess it's better than
As in, if this is the chest right here, the bottom of the key is like right there, just
interesting.
sticking out.
It's like in the lid of the chest,
Yes.
and it's like stuck in there.
Yes.
Weird.
Hmm. Oh yeah, the keys turn on the inside only. Can I turn the key, Aqua?
Would you like to try? Oh, you have mage hands. The mage hands may do their best attempt to turn the key, but it fails. The key will not turn.
Your mage hands suck.
Maybe you have to
Even
close.
turn.
Maybe you have to close the chest with you in it, and then you can turn it.
That sounds like a
that's...
terrible idea.
Oh god, but I like it.
And yet it makes so much sense.
If you are all too afraid,
How big is the chest?
I'm perfectly willing to try it.
It's as big as it looks right there, so I think that's like 7 feet across or so. It's more like 8, 9-ish, but if you're thinking about in terms of like bodies, yes, you could easily fit a person inside one of these. They'd have to lay down though.
Kion's about to become an Amazon package.
I'm okay trying it. I just after seeing it up in the saga, I'm afraid for my life.
Yeah, you're gonna do
Kion,
it
I
anyways.
can do it. You know, I'm not as cowardly as you, as it were.
Oh,
Alright,
Ouch.
be my guest.
All right.
I'll be what's but to I'll be gone.
Little rude, Commander, but all right.
That was out of character.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, so sure. I'll head in and not just sort of hop into the treasure chest.
Alright, the one in the center?
Yeah, the one that we saw get opened already.
I'll have a mage hand give him a thumbs up as he's climbing in.
Aren't they invisible?
I can choose to make them invisible.
Oh, okay.
So one appears next to you and gives you a thumbs
Thumbs
up.
just appears out of thin air.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
Alright. You go ahead and enter into the chest and lay down. It's quite comfortable, actually. At the bottom of the interior of the chest here, and now you got a better look of it inside, it looks like there's a bunch of rusted flakes on the interior as well, all lining the bottom of it.
Ugh,
Cushioning.
Nasty.
might be pleasant.
Alright.
Good
I'll
rumble.
turn your phone off.
Beep, 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 beep.
No, canonically that's how a telepathic bond works. It's just
text message.
God.
All right. You were laying there.
And
Yep.
I'm assuming that that it gets closed on me, yeah?
You're just laying there.
You're just laying there. The lid is open.
Close
want
the
me
Would like
lid.
to close it, or...
All right, you close the lid. It's dark. Very dark.
I'll reach for where the key was, I suppose.
All right,
Open the
the
lid.
key is still there. You can even feel it wiggle a little bit underneath your grip.
I'll try to turn it.
All right, you turn it. Ka-dunk. You're laying there inside of the chest. On the outside, here's what you see. You begin to see
No,
that this
Hey, hold on.
the sarcophagus here begins to start taking on a kind of blue crystal hue. It begins to shift a little bit, and it's like opaque crystal that you can't see through.
I was just doing that.
It-
I'm going
it's-
to back up a little bit.
Nothing else seems to happen though. It just seems to it just seems to kind of, yeah, it's like kind of opaque crystal now. Nice.
Nice.
Sus.
Yeah.
On the inside, I sent you something, Jake.
Yeah.
Oh no.
give me a second.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Open the lid.
Stop having it be closed.
Just not having it be close.
Bed.
Give them a hot second. But only a hot one.
I only like hot seconds. Other seconds are weird.
One thing I find really weird, by the way, is all these plaques on the obelisk seem to be just unrelated thoughts, like regarding various riddles. It's just like one random thought here and there.
Mm.
Alright, you go ahead and, see a little click as the latch on the, lid here seems to have opened. It's still quite dark there on the inside. You don't feel anything bad. You feel like there's more rust in here than there was previously, Alibawat. But it does look like there's a little light seeping in as the chest lid looks openable.
Alright, yeah, sure, I'll pop myself back out.
Alright, you pop yourself back out. The rest of you get to see a naked Alibawat standing there.
I knew it.
Oh! That's not
You
ideal.
look- You look down over at your belongings there, and you're noticing that
Damn.
You're noticing that, look at Discord, Aqua Dragon is typing among them.
yeah, you're looking around. You're looking down inside of the chest, Alibawat, and the only thing that seems to be there is the staff of power there on the ground. But everything else that was on you seems to be completely gone.
I forgot one. I forgot two, actually. Oops. I have this as well. How did I forget these?
Along with the homing spear that seems to be there on the ground,
The attuned items.
and the ring of agony as well.
So everything I wasn't attuned to is gone, alright. Well, that's not ideal.
We still have the ring of inventory, right? Maybe we can see if we can buy you some clothes.
Surely some of you has like there's something spare.
Clothes, sure. Armor, not
Yes,
really.
yes, that's what I mean.
Well, my clothes aren't gonna fit you because
You're a rabbit.
I don't really need to.
Oh, here.
That
I have a set of fine clothes. Does that work?
perfect. Yes, that is excellent.
Would you
my
like to
fine
try,
clothes
Jordan?
probably look more like a
Jordan.
baby outfit for you or to you.
What'd you say, Aqua?
Oh, I was actually, Jordan says, is Ring of Inventory even working here? Would you like to try?
Yeah, put like 10 gold in and buy something small.
I don't even think 10. I think 10 gold's a bit overkill for clothing.
That's
Well,
just
it's
something
fine
small
clothing.
10 gold is a lot.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that's what I said. Just as something small, not necessarily clothing.
Now, as a side note, I do have an issue where there is a massive pit in the way. I don't
Yeah,
know
Oh,
exactly
you
the
don't
way I
have
flew over here.
a broom of flying anymore. Wow, that's funny.
You do notice that as you were stepping out, a lot of the flakes begin to flutter out and just land on the ground all around it.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
look,
it turned all
my
of his
stuff.
items.
He's gone. Oh, never
Huh.
mind.
Maybe we can cast dispel magic on them to turn them back. I don't know.
I don't think that's how it works. Oh, hello, Mirage. You might
Climb
want
on.
one. Ow!
Mirage has brought you some clothes. I think.
I think
I
Mirage
mean, sure.
brought me away back across.
I can also give put some clothes on the back of Mirage as he's flying over.
All right.
Mirage, mind being a shield. I'm going to put some stuff on.
They are a fairy for you, and you have some fine clothes that were transported on their back. You are once again clothed all of what?
You know, of all of the things I had in my inventory that I thought I might someday use, the clothes were not one of them.
Yeah, same.
I will uncheck that, and it's no longer in my inventory.
Yeah, I need to do some inventory management as well.
Do you leave the chest open?
Is this thing's like glowing when I come out?
Yes.
Is that good, do you think?
Hey, Mr. Strongman, you want to go push it?
At the very least, Alabawat, looking over back at the container, as you were exiting out, you see that the key that was there has retracted into the lid.
Oh look, the key is completely in the lid now.
Maybe that was a necessary sacrifice. I don't know.
No, you have to do it 3 times.
You try lifting it up, Jordan, but it is still not budging, though you can feel
Okay.
the crystalline touch underneath your fingers.
Okay, so I'm assuming one of the times we have to deal with the forest trap, and so someone immune to forest should crawl into that one, and then someone immune to cold should crawl into that one, and since the cold trap fills the entire room, all of us should be way out here when the cold one is opened.
I think like over half the party is immune to force damage.
But that's not everyone.
That's
True.
true.
So someone immune to force damage. So yeah, it's
I
just
know
you have
Doran
to
is.
you have to deal with 3 traps.
I
One of
know
them takes all
Doran
your stuff. One of them is a force damage trap. One of them is a cold damage trap. So
Quite possible.
yeah, I think if we clear out the room of everyone except for the person who is opening the door, climbing in, turning the key, and have someone immune to cold and force respectively do it, we should be fine. Does that work for you guys?
I'm
I
immune
think-
to force damage.
I know Doran is too. I don't know about cold damage.
Yeah, so while this is happening, I will get very far away in case the cold trap is actually like, explodes the entire room or something in cold.
Only the person in the chest is safe from the trap.
Yeah, right? The entire tomb becomes like -5 Celsius instantly.
Okay, Doran's immune to force and cold, so Doran could
Do
do
you
both
want
of them
to
if he wants to.
like keep some of your things off just in case they all
Wait,
do
wait.
that?
What if Doran gets into the cold one, Ala gets into the force one, and then they both turn the keys?
At the same time, that's so romantic. Wow.
Not what I was going for, but you should
Doran
give
just
all your
starts-
stuff to Mirage. He just
Doran
gets in
just
the
starts-
chest naked. New dragon. Maybe
God.
Allah should give his stuff to Mirage too.
What stuff?
Your clothing, I don't know. Just in case.
This technically isn't even mine.
Um,
I don't think it's gonna destroy any more stuff. I'm pretty sure it's just the
Probably
one.
not.
Hopefully not.
Well,
We really
we got-
can somebody test the ring of inventory, by the way? I'd like to buy at least a couple things if I
Yeah,
can.
yeah. I'll throw a couple gold in the inventory and buy something, you know.
So, do we want to go at
Meager.
the same time, Jordan? Or, you know what, you get in first.
Jordan's still getting naked anyways.
I feel like in case when you open it, it blows up, we need to make sure that we're not in the room. Or we could test on the first one, because we're both. Ah!
Gets dragged away by the collar of the shirt by a tiger.
Literally. He's like contemplating what should be done, and then Jordan just sends a telepathic message to Mirage to like go away.
No. Take the half. Wait, are you half orc or full orc?
Half.
Half. Okay, take the half orc.
All right. You open it up, Jordan. It opens up without any issue, and you see that just like that key, that chest in the middle, there is a key extending out of the underside of the lid.
This isn't even a puzzle. Is there? Serac just wants us to punish ourselves 3 times.
Yeah, that seems on
That's not
brand.
true.
Yeah.
It'll probably open this and there'll be like a bad guy in there that will beat us up.
Maybe Serac's in there. Ooh.
Yeah, it's not actually a force trap, it's just a Seric in the chest that casts Incinerate on you when you open it. He's just hiding there. He's like, damn, you found me.
And while Jake was in the while Allah was in the iron chest, he was actually in there as well with rope trick, just yoinked all of Allah's items while he couldn't see anything.
He let me keep the attunement once though. He's like, yeah, whatever.
I can't use them anyway. He's attuned to them.
All right. You're all a good distance away, just watching kind of what's transpiring. Well, I guess you can't really see anything from there, huh?
No.
Nope. We have no idea what's happening.
We're just waiting for some kind of sound.
All right. And Jordan, you turn the key. Quick.
Oh my god, his gonads are gonna freeze in there.
From over here, you can't see anything, but you hear the sound of like crystal shattering. But that seems to be it. Jordan, nothing
that
seems to
wasn't
happen.
dragon.
You were nice and toasty inside of there. It's fine. The lid unlocks itself slightly, and as the key retracts back in to the lid.
Did your gonads shrink?
What if they grew?
Exiting out of the chest, Jordan, you look about, and it seems that there's a thin layer of frost that's kind of permeating around walls, the floor, the ceiling, and even the air itself. Although it seems to be settling down.
Quick, get in the other chest before you freeze.
I have a feeling that I was actually right. I have a feeling the only place inside is inside the chest that's safe from that trap.
Yeah, no, I mean, the only one person can be inside the chest though, so the rest of us backing up is.
Unless 2 small creatures could be inside the chest. Isros? Asleep again?
Yes.
Nice.
I'm here. I'm not sleeping.
Chest
I
plus
don't
key
believe
times 2
you.
combo.
2 weeks in a row.
I was coughing, but my mic didn't catch everything and just caught like the last bit.
It sounded like snoring.
No, I'm not.
It definitely sounded like snoring.
Bitch, I'm here. I had
You
coffee.
fell asleep last week. I wouldn't be surprised.
Anyway, force.
I'm a tired
force
baby.
Chest.
What do you want?
Force chest.
Aw, poor baby.
What do we got?
All right, you go ahead, enter in, get nice and toasty there, and go ahead and click. You begin to see it. It's as if all around you, the chest is leaving out an aura of disintegration. As it phases over you, it tickles a bit, Jordan, and nothing happens. And then it does it again, and nothing happens. And then it does it again, and nothing happens. As the chest lid latches open.
Oh my god, it's like a microwave on defrost.
And exiting out, you look over at the sarcophagus, and it is taken on a unusual hue. It is now
Nope.
completely crystal, brittle. On the inside, you can see something.
Oh.
There, as
It's a
the stone
sarcophagus.
sarcophagus turns to transparent crystal,
You
a
can't
mummified,
see.
a mummified monkey-like creature is within, and clutched in its desiccated claws is a fearsome mace.
Could still be a Sarek.
It's a Serica monkey. I don't think so.
Ah.
A mace,
He
yes.
was once.
Well, technically, Rose, Saga, and actually, no, just Saga, because Fenvil's dead.
Yeah.
Would know what a
What
Seric
about
looks
me?
like. Saga
Oh
would
yeah,
know what
that's true.
a Seric
I
looks
will-
like.
I'll tell you, he was very handsome. I'm kidding.
You have a thing with banging evil people?
I specifically said it because I know that was gonna be a response.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have been updated.
Told everybody what he looked like, right?
Yeah, I'll relay it to everyone and then hop back over.
I mean, do I have? Sorry, cream of mushroom with roasted garlic or chicken gumbo?
Chicken gumbo.
Alright.
That says gumbo. I'm in.
Gumbo,
right.
like Gumby.
Like someone offers me either jambalaya or gumbo, and I'm in.
Yeah.
Dude, gumbo sounds amazing right now.
I remember
It's me
Gumby.
over here literally having had neither of them ever in my entire life.
It's just
Wow.
You're missing out.
You
This
are.
guy is even real.
I believe that.
I'm Canadian.
You see the sarcophagus here that seems to have, well, the remains of something inside of it. Yeah. You strong man Jordan. You notice that the instant your nail touches it, before you even really start applying the force, the entire sarcophagus shatters as the mummified remain is there on the ground. The crystal melts into the ground, leaving behind only the corpse.
Wow.
Weird.
Do we know anything
It
about
is
a
clutching a
corpse?
mace in its hands.
Yeah, or a mace. Is there anything on these plaques about a mace or a corpse of a monkey?
Before we do anything, can somebody please test the ring of inventory?
Yeah, I said I was going to. Akko. What happens if I try to use ring inventory?
It works fine, no issue.
Oh, do you mind if I borrow that for a bit? I need to acquire some things.
I'm pretty sure it was Fenval that had it, so I don't actually know who has it now.
I thought Saga had it.
Was it Saga?
I don't
Yeah, I
see
think, yeah.
anything about a mace or a, like the only thing that seems potentially related is
I'll read the
walk
box.
through
For a
water with
small,
weapon in
like-
hand.
I don't see any.
Was there a mace along the wall where this, like the tsunami room was? Was any of the weapons a mace?
One of them was a mace, yes.
Okay, never mind then. I was thinking maybe the mace was a missing weapon since one of the weapons was missing.
I was just thinking that maybe you have to be holding the mace in order to go through without triggering the tsunami. Maybe.
Yeah, either that or like Jordan is saying, is find the Iron Scepter's twin. That's also a possibility.
Right. That's true. I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll be right back. I'll be like 5
Oh,
seconds.
I'm just gonna. Is it okay, Aqua, if I subtract money to buy things that I need?
You start rebuying many of your things.
I deleted it all. The best part is I deleted it all from my inventory, so I gotta remember what I had.
You typed it to me.
Yeah, but that's cheating if I look.
Wow.
What happens if I use identify on the mace? Or
You
can
go.
well, before I use identify, can I tell if it's magic or not? Just kind of like holding it, or is it just a regular old mace?
Something about this space seems magical, but it's not quite right. There's something weird about this magic.
I'm gonna ask Valinja what their thoughts are, as a fellow Arcana enjoyer.
Putting your collective
water.
arcanist expertise to use. Looking at it.
Also, if she wants to, I mean, she can totally cast identify on it. I don't know if she has the ability to cast it for free.
I'm hesitant to touch it right now because of the way that it seems. Looking at it, you were the one that deduced this first, actually, Con, because you've actually dealt with them more. You think you see the remnants of some kind of spirit inside of this mace. It's not quite
get
magical.
Get a Zulk over here, item with the spirit in it. Let's go.
Oh shit!
Ah!
He was made for this. He was made to use
What
this
am
mace.
I doing?
This mace has a spirit in it.
Hmm.
Oh my god. He's gonna put it in the
Divine
lamp
sense.
and take it out of there.
The mace doesn't seem cursed.
That would be a really funny item for for Zucca to have.
Put
Just
more
like,
stuff in the lamp.
yeah, right. It's just like roll up into Hysteric, and Azalka's been using a bow the whole campaign, and this time he just has a mace for no reason at all.
So if I walk past this blade, am I gonna die?
No, it's
No.
glued.
Yeah. I literally super glued it shut.
Perfect.
Jordan hasn't put their armor and coats back on.
Why not? Like what? Have Raj come back.
They're comfortable.
Zell,
Yeah.
they are pointing out at this mummified remains that seem to be laying on the ground here, and the mace that it's clutching at its claws.
Nice.
It is laying there.
Are you gonna touch it?
Do I want to touch it?
I don't know.
Ah.
What's the worst that could happen?
I got an idea. I got an idea.
Surely we've gone through all the traps in this room, right?
I have an idea.
I wish I had chosen Detect Traps as a signature
Rolling
spell.
100. Oh my god.
If I was on the 50, I was gonna.
He's
You know
not
what?
evil.
You
You
didn't
just
roll
rolled
a die, you
100.
just rolled a number.
Exactly.
It's a
but-
sign from the heavens.
If I get 50
Wait,
on that,
hang
I'm
on.
picking up the mace. Pick up the
I
mace.
was-
It
I was
actually
gonna-
is a sign from the heavens.
I was gonna ask the magic
Heaven.
ball, but that works too.
Surely you best 2 out of 3 it.
Yeah.
Oh, great magic 8 ball. Is this going to end well? Outlook not so.
Here's the photo.
Oh,
Here's
wait.
the photo.
Let me ask this 8 ball.
Yeah, what does the
Alright, magic 8 ball. Should Azulka touch the mace? Yes, definitely.
Oh, wow. Here we
Pick
go.
it up.
They're disagreeing
Right.
again.
The two of your Arcana expertises take a look over at the mace. Azel swoops in and touches the mace.
We're having a conversation about what could it be, and he just waltzes up and grabs it.
Azel,
Oh,
as you touch the mace, right, red smoke seeps from the head of the mace, forming the outline of a monkey with a long tail. With a roar, the smoky apparition leaps out at you, screaming, "Let me in!" Make a charisma saving throw.
that's good.
Uh-oh.
No, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Watch this. He's
More
nuts.
on me, right? The 8.
Yeah, you got the aura.
Everything is fine.
Oh
with
my
that nat
God.
20. That's a 27 total. Pretty good, pretty good.
The fucked up part is that might not even be enough.
Wait, you also have a D4 from High
He
Major
can-
Commodore to
He
Sergeant
can
Juno.
wait to see if he fails to add that, right?
You fail, Azel.
Roll the d4, bro.
No
Roll
way.
the d4. Roll the
Oh
my
man, very nice. This is a
God.
maximum, what is it, 22, and then
Oh
what is that,
my.
23, 31? Very nice.
21.
Bro.
So wait, I
31.
don't fail, right?
Alright, any other modifiers to apply, or is that it?
I can't add Flash of Genius.
I
because
can't
we
add
already-
anything
we already know
either.
we failed.
Alright.
We already know.
Azel, as you resist with the powerful will of your existence, it seems that the spirit is more powerful even yet. As
Oh,
you
no.
see it enter into your being, and you slightly float above the ground and then return back. You hear voices in your head, Azel. Would you like to tell the others what you hear? Or you keep it to yourself?
What could possibly go wrong? So.
Alright, hearing inside of your head, what you hear is the following. Finally, I am free! I have been so tired. And now we can rend everybody apart. Starting with a Serac.
Oh,
Oh, I like this guy. Hang on.
he's on our side, right?
Azel, you will find that you have a hand up now.
Oh dear lord.
Oh, it's a sentient weapon. Oh god.
Zelka's got a pog friend.
What if it forces Azelka to go into melee combat?
He's good at
What-
that.
What if Azalka just like shunts it into the spirit capsule thing?
It's like popping off in his head. Like, let's go. We get it. But Zelka's like, that's great. Go in the lamp.
Oh yeah, that's right. He could do that.
Oh yeah, I see hand. I see hand out.
Okay.
Great.
Rip and tear.
Dude, I want the sentient weapon.
Well,
I mean,
You see that the
not on Paga, but they can, like, I don't know.
you see that the mace is now non-magical.
Yo, it's gonna make his bow pog.
Well, actually, that's not true. Never mind. It is magical, but it doesn't seem. It just seems magical in the sense that it just kind of is holding its form together. It's otherwise, and I like it doesn't seem to do anything else.
It's a magical
Alright.
+0 mace.
Yeah, basically.
I should check how much a broom of flying is. 4,500. Well, it wasn't mine, so I kind of have to buy it. Depression.
And who are these people?
Hello.
You don't hear it. Azel hears it in her head.
I know.
Do you respond, Azel?
Mm. Nah.
He's giving the
He's
guy in
gonna
his
go
head the silent treatment.
They're of no regard anyway. What are you waiting for? Let's move.
Yeah.
You notice that Azel, every time you're responding, you have to say it verbally. You can't seem to respond telepathically.
I'm gonna feel like he's talking to himself.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep nodding and saying yeah at everything. Yeah, get the mace. So at least get the mace out of this. Mace at the bottom for it yet? I mean, I guess it's the closest thing we got.
Yeah, why not?
I hate maces.
Same.
Yeah.
So like a like mood, buddy.
You can say nan night.
Is Zelka gonna tell the rest of us what happened, or do we just assume he's crazy now?
I don't think so. He told
No.
us. I think Kion and Valinger have an idea of what just happened, but not like. They're not sure. 100% sure.
Oh, I
Give me
forgot to
one
repair
moment.
Mr. Shield then. Okay, we're a little bit away from them. Has Azel always just spoken to himself, or is that a new thing?
Yeah.
God, he can hear me from around the corner.
No, I think he was responding to his.
God, she can hear me from around the corner, but how good are these people's ears?
Well, actually, I'm next to you. I just haven't moved.
You just haven't caught up yet.
Is that your after image
Yeah.
back there, or what? Usually he doesn't talk much at all.
Wait,
So
where
it's
am
just-
I?
You are disturbingly close to the mirror of doom.
Yeah,
Give me a moment.
I do not wish to be there.
I'm just checking something. Give me a second.
Yeehaw, that's Gumbo.
Gumbo.
I'm not gonna lie, Zelka having the murderous spirit inside him is the best timeline.
I mean, it fits
Okay,
him pretty
sorry
well.
about that.
Like in combat, he just pings people that he wants to murder. Like,
Exactly.
I feel like that's it's on brand.
Look at him and sue him.
All right. Looking here, there is something quite queer. It's not an ethereal link, but you can tell that there seems to be Oh wait, no, never mind. It is ethereal. You can see another one of those wooden panels right there that extends up to the ceiling.
That's not clear. He was pretty opaque, if you ask me.
True.
2 Valindras? The other one is gone and dead.
Turns out that was also her after image. Lots of those going around.
You also see a chest just sitting there in the middle of the hallway. It's
Oh,
weird.
look, another chest.
I'm gonna go get it.
Oh, okay.
The mimic.
Zucker's a little more forceful now.
He's unshackled.
I like unhinged Zucker.
I mean, if you're going to get it, Azelka, feel free, homie.
That someone
Wait.
did it. Not I.
Oh, okay. I thought you said I'm gonna go get it. I was like, oh, Jesus.
So this is an ethereal link, Aqua?
Yes, that seems like it's like one of those panels that extends for the ceiling again, and it extends to the ceiling. It's one of the panels there. It looks like it probably opens up.
Should I just sprint headlong in and no regards for my own safety?
I mean, feel free, but
What am I looking at back here? Back
Oh,
here.
like in the inside of the room proper here.
Yeah.
What you see back there is the following. Give me a moment. On the floor of this room seems to be an opaque crystal sarcophagus that is constantly changing color. There seems to be some kind of mural on the ground, but it's kind of hard to make out exactly what it is.
And what is
The
this?
room is lit also. It's like somewhat lit. As for the colors it's changing between, it looks like it's changing between 6 colors. It's going from blue to gold, to purple, to green, to red, to black.
How often does it change colors?
Every 6 seconds.
that's a convenient.
That's convenient.
Very convenient.
Funny how that works sometimes.
So, do we want to send somebody just barging through the ethereal thing?
I think that Joran will be the most likely person given his elemental constitution, because it's one of 2 options. Option number 1 is you have to have some kind of damage relevant to the color. Option number 2 is it tries to hit you with some kind of damage relevant to the color. So having someone that has a large number of immunities like Joran is probably the most likely person to remain safe.
I would agree with this. But there is option 3, which is just the color changes because it looks prettier that way.
True. Hello, I just went from Joran is typing to Hi, Major Commodore Charlie Chosen Bruno Captain the Third of the Barbarian Corps is typing. Yeah, Aqua, can you put the
Yes, I can type the colors in.
Oh no, it started with blue and ended in black.
Blue, gold, purple, green, red, black.
What damage type is purple associated with? Psychic?
That would be probably related to an amethyst dragon, which I don't remember. what
Poison. Yeah, using poison.
Was purple poison? Because there aren't any purple dragons, right? Except for I thought amethyst gem dragons. I didn't think the gem dragons used poison. I thought they were like radiant, cold, necrotic, force, psychic.
Yeah, amethyst is force damage, so it could also be force. I didn't think poison was purple.
green is in fact acid, so poison.
Yeah.
is purple.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be poison. It could be force too. Force being purple also makes sense.
I thought it was something dumb, like wasn't red acid?
No, red is definitely fire. Silver.
I
is
hope.
psychic?
Silver is. Wait, what? No, silver is a metallic dragon. Isn't silver the other cold damage type?
You guys are associating them with the dragons. He's talking about the damage absorbing tattoos.
I guess. I mean, we don't actually know which one it would be, but that's fair.
What if it's neither and the colors are just like used with food coloring? I'll go in the room now that it's red and it's just like necrotic damage. Alright.
It's necrotic because your skin turns blue.
No, it shows you like what the damage type of 2 cycles from now will be or something.
That's hilarious. That's kind of what I thought too, Mark. Sorry, Kieran. Fuck, also we didn't get married. Cause our priest died.
Well, maybe you should have taken better care of him outside of Jordan.
What? I
Is
tried
that-
my best.
Is that in character or out of character, Jake?
Both.
How would it be
Didn't
in character? He's super glued to a table.
What? No, I'm thinking of Nurgle saying that.
No, of course not.
Just Nurgle saying
Do you think I would have spoken without using my voice? Come on, what do you take me for?
that.
Some kind of amateur?
No, an amateur.
Ah, it's even worse.
Okay, so
Before anyone runs through there, Aqua.
Bella.
Yes.
No, his name's Aqua Rose. What is this thing down here again?
Over there, a little bit over to your left, is the following. Let me go ahead and get the descriptor for it. What appears to be a large stone door looms at the end of the hallway, but it bears no handles or hinges. Jutting from the wall on either side of the door are 2 matching bronze sculpture, each the head and neck of a snake with fangs bared. On the lintel above the door is inscribed the following message in common: warm like flame, cold for the gruel, still for the dead, gruel for the ghoul. You're close enough to this that Mirage is able to tell you, Jordan, that it smells like rotting flesh around the area. Close to that side.
Ugh. Okay, but if it's a door, I'm less scared of it. I was worried that it was gonna be like someone steps here and it goes like.
Very nice sound effect.
Bella, come here.
Don't do it, Bella.
Right.
It's a trap.
Come here, baby. Come here.
Oh God. Listen to the predator lure her prey in.
Are you okay?
If she says no, what are you gonna do?
Hug her. Make her feel better.
That's not gonna make her feel better.
Come here. What's wrong?
So
What's wrong?
should I just walk through? Because I don't know, Jordan, are you trying to hide your like abilities away from Valinja? Because going through there, you might reveal that. Is that what you're trying to do?
That's true. I mean, I could go through. I'm decently healthy.
No,
Plus, I have
Luna.
a feeling that if something did happen to me, it would probably be better that it happens to me than any of you. Correct?
Yeah. Hey, Aqua, out of curiosity.
There, Kion, but
Hmm?
yeah.
I was kidding. I was kidding.
All right, I see how it is.
Come on, I was kidding.
We said we had a draw, by the way.
No, so Aqua, just out of curiosity, this entire time, are Saga and Joran just like beating the shit out of each other? Is that still happening, or did they stop?
It just stopped.
Oh, you said fuck it.
What's my HP?
Not great.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not efficient, but I wasn't sure if as you were walking through, she was just like hitting you in the face. She just like right hooks you.
Jordan said that they set themselves on fire whenever they need to start healing, so there's that.
Okay, so how many minutes has it been, Aqua?
Some.
Keeping in mind that there are, I believe, what is it? I think I said there were 6 hours total, right?
Mm-hmm.
One was already used up in doing all the scouting and exploration. So if everything that happened inside of that tomb, that's probably like a solid, like, 20 minutes. Seems fair enough.
Okay.
1 hour and 20 minutes?
How
So
long has
far.
it been since I've purchased my plate armor and started putting it back on? Because it
And
doesn't.
it was about like 20-30 minutes in when I got injured, right? So that would be like maybe a 50 minutes worth of me fighting.
What,
Or
mine,
maybe
Jordan? I have a +3 from the. So I have plate mail, so that's 18. Shield 20. +3 on both, so then 26. Defense fighting style 27, and then staff of power gives 2 more, 29.
would you say that I healed about 40 damage, Aqua? 40 minutes?
Don't you actually get injured by this, Jordan? Don't you have to also heal back for everything?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, that's why she's saying like 1 HP per minute. Give him a minute to heal back up.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's fair or not.
I'd say that's reasonable enough, yeah. So, drain tanking a bit so you can recover 1 HP per minute. Amazing.
Yeah, just let me know when my armor's back up. Because without my armor, the AC is significantly worse.
So it takes, what, 10 minutes to put it on?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Well, I mean, you're just waiting for them to do something right here, so here's some time.
What happens if I like? I mean, should I just go then?
Wonder
I
if
guess
mythical
no one else
armor
will.
you put on faster.
Does anyone have any ideas about this? Or should I just be a guinea pig?
I don't really have any other ideas, if I'm being honest. I'll stay within vision, maybe, so I can try and give you Flash of Genius, maybe. In case, but... stay
Okay.
to there. I'll try and get
Look, friend.
a little closer.
Genius can be a teleporting maze? That's possible. So if it's a teleporting maze, it'd be Saga that'd be best suited for it, given that she can't be moved against her
I
will.
don't think that's a good idea, given the
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go with next.
in the process of dying.
Just in case, I'm gonna give you guidance, just in case it makes a difference.
Guidance.
Does anyone have resistance too?
I do not have resistance.
I have none of the close cantrips.
Oh my god, Fenval's back. I saw the picture appear for a second.
And it's in chat, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will step in, I suppose.
Alright. You step through. As you step through, you see that the latch at the top of the ceiling there comes undone as immediately a massive boulder falls down and begins to immediately start rolling towards you. There is nowhere to dodge this. Make a strength saving throw. Or an athletics check to try and hold it back.
I don't think I can see you anymore in order to give you Flash of Genius.
It's occupying basically the entire hallway, as much as reasonably possible while still rolling.
Yeah, I guess I can't see, so I can't help you with this. But you do have a 1d4 from the talisman for either one of them.
You said an athletics check would also work?
Yes, either athletics to try and hold it back, or a strength check to try and maintain your composure.
Okay. I think I'm gonna just magically be better at that than I was.
So what is that, a 22 then? In total? Plus 5?
27 looks like.
27? And then you have a d4 with the guidance, so to add that d4.
$31, and in addition, there's also another D4 from the talisman, which is also for ability checks. So another D4.
Alright, another one. Nice.
32, right?
Okay, that's a good 32.
Let me see if I have anything else. I could use a die for a die, but I wouldn't get it back, which is kind of...
Man, it's a boulder. What's the worst that could happen? Like crushes all your bones and you die instantly or what?
Yeah, that's one thing that could happen. Aqua, would I be able to like do anything as soon as I see it fall, could I reactively try and use mage hands to help myself out a little bit here?
I think this massive athletics that's already part of it. This is what it means, is using your mage hands to help you make up for your lack of physical might.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else here. Let me check. Yeah, I guess I'll just. I
So
could
just die.
Yeah, I guess I'll die. Yeah, sure.
All right, if all relevant things are in check, then
I mean,
you're holding back the might of this boulder, or attempting to. It's pushing you back. You're barely maintaining your ground. You are about to trip over this chest a bit right here, but you immediately succeed on the acrobatics check to maintain your form as it's pushing and pushing and pushing. The chest gets crushed, and you see its remains getting pushed alongside you over here. And it's slowing down. You're avoiding getting crushed by the boulder, just barely holding your form. When you notice it, you have perception, right?
Yes.
There's a seam in the floor here. Right down the center, right there in front of you.
What?
And it is pushing you straight toward it. What do you do?
Wait, it's the boulder is pushing me towards the seam?
Yes.
Yeah.
So once this boulder clears this tiny room here and the room opens up, you said that the rooms are usually as tall as they are wide. Does that mean I can fly over the boulder?
You think once you exit out of this narrow hallway, you'll be able to. The timing will be a little tricky, but then again, that is a acrobatics check, and if there's anything you are capable of doing well, it is that. You perfectly time it, almost getting crushed, but you launch yourself at just the right angle. As you see, this treasure chest and all its shards and everything, along with the boulder, break open the seam on the ground here as an acid pit opens up. And the entire boulder in all its form corrodes down into nothingness.
Huh.
Good thing you can fly, right?
Yeah. Huh.
Sizzle, 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 sizzle.
Perhaps
Well, that
it's
was-
good I did not go.
Yeah, I
Get a
wonder
good
what's
view
in
through
that
now.
chest. Oh, jeez, this is huge.
Oh shit, a man.
You see a few things here. Here's the full description of this room, because I only gave you a partial description earlier. 4 marble columns support the ceiling of this grand tomb. Twin staircases ascend to an upper gallery where the carving in the form of a giant maze adorns the wall. From this distance, you can see more clearly that the outline of the maze seems to be constantly shifting from over here. On the floor of the tomb stands that opaque crystal sarcophagus that is constantly changing color, as mentioned earlier. I will even go ahead and make visible the color that it's currently at, as you can see right here. So for example, it will be red, and then it will switch to black, and then it will switch to blue, and then it will switch to yellow, and so on and so forth. Additionally, you see one other thing. Standing over here seems to be a skeleton. It has some kind of mechanical apparatus on its head. And on that apparatus, it seems to be circular. You can kind of see it right there.
Right.
It is dancing.
What kind of dance is it doing?
It's doing a Texas two-step.
Let me Google that.
I don't know what a Texas two-step is.
I probably do. I just have not heard it by that name.
No, I don't know what it is either. I'm just kidding.
Wow. Y'all ain't Texans.
No,
That's
thank God
true.
for that.
Honestly, the two-step's kind of a boring dance. It's not very intricate, so it's kind of boring. Kind of put your foot forward and you put it back. It's not. You kind of learn it like primary school.
Hello?
But yes, that's what you notice inside of this grand room here.
Okay. Is the skeleton like, one of the dead kinds or one of the currently alive kinds?
It's a very much a dead skeleton, and it's dancing and dead.
Oh my god, he's got a
Okay.
pillar in his head.
Do we all come in the room here then? Now that the
I would
immediate
love to,
danger
but
seems to have passed?
but I gotta figure out the armor situation first.
Your armor is probably latched on at this point. I think it would have taken 10 minutes because there was a lot of deliberation there.
Okay, good. In that case, yeah, I'll hop on my newly purchased new broom.
And Kyon looks fine, which is nice. Valindra is going to say, be ready to catch me in case this doesn't work as I hope. Dimension door. And in dimension door,
These the
fine.
Infinity stones.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Next time
Um,
you ask to be caught, I think you should actually wait for people to be nearby.
I can't actually cross. I don't have a way to fly.
I can send the broom across. Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Dimension door. Dimension door.
That's just flexing.
It is one of my favorite signature spells.
Ah, I see.
Gold. It's gold. There is no proper gold color in World 20, so I just made do with what I had.
So why is there like a bowl on the ground?
Well, that's not a bull, it's a minotaur.
Is it?
It does not look like a minotaur. It looks like a bull.
Did we have anyone of history expertise? I forgot.
I do.
I do.
You are aware about the significance of minotaurs. Minotaurs are there. You know that at least, and this is where the intersection of magic comes in for you, Kyon. That minotaurs have unique properties to them. In particular, when combined in just the right way, they are almost anti-magical properties that they were able to create.
Hang on, wait, let me see how good at history I am right now. Not very. Wow.
A lot of red, bro.
That's a lot of red.
Yeah, Keanu will
yet-
butcher that explanation as best as possible. Hey, Aqua, what happens when you speak with dead on guy?
Speaker Dead only works on corpses, and that is very much not a corpse. In fact, it grabs Harry's hands and begins to two-step with them.
Oh shit. Harry's got a dance partner.
Oh right, Harry's massive, I keep forgetting. It also becomes apparent this chamber's, an exception to how most of them are like as tall as they are wide, this chamber is only about 40 feet high.
Guess that makes sense, seeing as how we're pretty far down. I would overlap with the room. Architecturally, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
So, we've made it into the room. But next?
That seems very similar to that one we found earlier, doesn't it?
Which one?
They're pointing over to the sarcophagus that is changing colors.
Do you expect there to be another, I don't know, strange weapon in there?
As you say that, Azel, where are you? You're back over here. Why are you just standing there?
I don't know.
You have been gazing into space for 10 minutes.
He's just gonna ignore him.
You continue to gaze into space.
He's like, this is nothing unusual. Just
Zelka's
another
a hard
voice in
counter
my
to
head.
this guy.
That's so fucking funny.
I'd like to think we're a match made in heaven.
You will teach him patience. That is your that is what you're paired with him for.
Alright, is everyone making some distance?
Yep, I will make some distance.
Alright, Jordan. Everybody has made their way out, and you go for
What?
the dragon frost as it turns blue.
Yo, we're making out. Let's go.
Yes, nice. And nothing happens.
Alright, everybody back in.
Dimension
I'm
door,
gonna go.
dimension door,
I'm gonna go
dimension
dance
door.
with the skeleton.
Alright, dance with it.
I'm gonna
Seems
ask it. I'm gonna ask it a question. Does it respond?
It ignores you and dances.
Does it respond to me at all if I'm dancing?
No, it does not. It just continues dancing alongside you.
What if my dancing was like really good? Does it care then?
It does not. It continues to dance. I wonder we'll get closer to this maze that's up here and just watch it.
So why would there be a Minotaur on the floor anyway? Anti-magic of some sort, you said? Perhaps then... I don't know, does anyone have the way to, like, take magic out? I do not know.
That would be the impression, but nothing in here seems discreetly anti-magical in nature outside of these walls. The same kind that have been everywhere, that is. And God knows, the amount of bones that would take to make all of that would be beyond comprehension. I doubt that's it.
I'm gonna ask Valinja on her thoughts of a dancing boy over here.
I'm not sure. I have my fair share of undead. I could try and command it to just follow us. I have some dominion over them. Hey! You see it stops dancing and just starts following Belinda like a puppet. Well, that was easy.
Huh. Do you think? How do you think it's related to this room? Actually, there's a reason Sarek put that here.
Yes, that'd be the implication. But I think we're missing some information. The colors on here, at the very least, if there's one thing that previous trap indicated, it's that there is some degree of fairness here. There are always clues. And when there's not, that means we're missing something. And it's likely related to the only other notable thing in this room, which is that big maze.
Alright, so...
Is somebody playing with these?
Yeah, I'm moving them up
Aqua
and
is.
down to indicate them changing.
Okay.
Akko, if I dunk mage hands into the acid pit, do I feel anything, including the boulder?
You're like searching for anything down there?
Yes.
Alright, so you're scouring the floor of it with your mage hands. All the rubble from the boulder definitely has melted away, and you can even tell the wood is melted away. You can't see down to the acid pit down here. Like, you can't see to the bottom of it because it's too thick and viscous. But wait, what's that? You found something. Your mage hand picks up what appears to be an invisible key.
Oh. Well, that's even more confusing. But if there's one thing the shrines have taught me, it's always dunk your mage hands in acid traps from now on.
They've taught you well.
Yeah.
Invisible door.
That's a good point. Hey, does Saka want to look around for any invisible doors?
I'll look. Far away from here.
These fire sources? What's fire sources, sorry?
He's pointing out the arrows.
Yes, unlike other places, unlike other rooms inside the tomb, this one is actually well lit. Those seem to be the sources of light in this room. They illuminate a lot more than they seem like they should.
And these are pillars, you said, right? These pillars?
Correct. They support the ceiling of the room.
Okay.
Saga, you can go ahead and move yourself where you'd like to be looking.
Alright, where do you want me to look? Sorry.
Well, I found an
Inside
invisible
here?
key, so just somewhere inside here. Maybe there's a door that it goes to. Who
Alright.
knows? Also, what maze are you guys talking about?
There's a maze up here that we're looking at.
Alright, I'll look around. I'll
Wait,
Okay,
there's a
make
maze on
us
the wall.
Watson.
And
Yes.
material links.
Okay, here's what you find in terms of etherealness. Hold on, give me a moment. Alright. You're looking about to see if there's anything that stands out. And yes, in terms of ethereal links, something does stand out to you. It seems that this maze seems connected to the walls about the area in multiple ways. And more notably than even that is... Well, sorry. Not only is it linked up to all of them as such, all across the various walls, as you inspect a bit more over there with your investigation proficiency, checking out those exact spots you see that...
Expertise.
If your investigation expertise even, you can tell that these are definitely panels that look like they should be able to come down, but not from this side.
Break the walls down. Hey, Uncle, just out of curiosity, when I was reaching through the acid trap, was there anything notable about the color shifts on the table?
No, it did not change at all. The color shift continued to remain the same.
No, I wasn't sure if like maybe I only found the key when it was green or something like that, or...
No, but there is something relevant to color. Saga, as you use your investigation expertise, looking at the maze, you see it with a very small glint. There is a tiny, tiny, tiny pixel-wide blue glint on the maze. And then you look a little bit more and you find a purple one as well. And a green one. And a yellow. And a black. And a red. But their position keeps changing constantly.
How did what's the pattern?
There is none. They're like all there simultaneously, just in different parts of the maze.
Do they change at the same time that it like blinks on the sarcophagus?
No, it seems that the maze's shifting pattern has no relation to the timing of the sarcophagus color shifts.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll do what Jordan's suggesting also and check out the fire.
It looks something similar to it looks something similar to the continual flame spell, and that these seem like magical fires that permeate and keep themselves lit constantly. But otherwise, there doesn't seem to be anything in them when you move your hand through. It's just magical fire.
I see.
Does the maze always have an entrance and an exit while shifting?
No. In fact, there seems to be no entrance or exit at all.
Is it like a rectangular maze?
Yes, it's rectangular. Kind of like a labyrinth, really.
You mean a labyrinth where one could hide a minotaur? Wow.
Is there a center to it usually?
Yes, it is kind of like a there's like something of a center.
And how often does it shift?
The maze looks neither like this room nor one you have seen before.
And you said it shifts a different sort of pattern than this thing, but how often does it shift?
Constantly. It never stops. The walls are always moving. The positions of those little specks I can attest are always changing on where they are. There's no consistency to it.
Is there anything going on with the bull's head at the top of the maze?
No, there's nothing with the bull's head there. Although it's more of a minotaur head than a bull head, really.
Well, minotaur is just like creature with a bull's head.
That's a little bit racist, but yes.
A minotaur is not just a creature with a bull's head.
Mark is a bit speciesist.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have my mythological creatures down pat. My bad.
Mark, are you a human supremacist?
Yes.
What the fuck, bro? That's fucked up.
When did you get here?
Oh, he's been here for like 5 minutes.
I didn't realize you were here. Does it seem like this key does anything? Like, has any interaction with this maze?
Would you like to try seeing if there's no visible keyhole though? After investigating quite thoroughly.
How big is the key?
I'd probably say it's about it's a pretty large key by key standards, probably about like 2-3 inches across.
I see.
But there's nothing on this maze that looks keyhole shaped.
What about on the walls where the ethereal panels are? Can I find anything that might be related?
Inspecting them, no. It doesn't seem that there's anything on any of those walls that seems to have like an invisible keyhole shape.
I'm interested in touching the maze.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
I do not think I should do that with you.
I'm gonna try and leave the room. Does anything happen?
No, nothing changes.
Does it seem like this door has a keyhole?
That door does not seem to have any kind of keyhole whatsoever.
What happens if I like just bring the key up to the door? Can I like feed it to a snake? You know?
You touch the key to the snake. It's ill-fitting. These are very sharp fangs on these snakes, though, like razor sharp. But the key is unaffected, and the key does nothing to them either.
What about the skeleton?
Skeleton does not have any kind of key-shaped apparatus on it.
I wasn't sure if the
Valindra
pillar
is like...
I wasn't sure if the pillar on top of it might have anything.
It does not. Though Valindra is like inspecting it like right now, like for its quality.
Well, I'm fresh out of ideas about this key. That's true. An invisible key might have an invisible keyhole.
There's a little tingle of blue that sparkles right at their eye level for just a moment on the maze, but it disappears as usual.
Hey, Aqua. If I try to find a keyhole, do I think that might work? Should I try that? Like, you know, something to put this key into.
1,000 feet. Keyhole. No, nothing keyhole related seems to ping off.
I'm going to. So Harry was the one casting this. I'm gonna have Harry fly around and see if anything pings off in various locations of a keyhole.
Alright. They inspect the entire floor here over the next few minutes, like flying to and fro, but there is nothing that pings a keyhole off.
And that's including like floors above and below as well.
That may take a couple more minutes. Do you want Harry to spend time doing that?
Sure.
Like,
I mean,
at
it's
least
10 minutes long. It's 10 minutes long, so sure. Harry can fly around to the different floors.
Alright, they spend 10 minutes flying to all the places that are verified as being safe without putting themselves at risk of...
What I'll do is I'll delete Harry from the map right now, and then I'll come back to him later.
Okay. So it's like multitasking, basically, I see.
Yeah, rather than just using 10 minutes sitting here doing nothing, I would like to see if anyone has any ideas here.
Alright,
I
Harry
want
flies
to-
off.
When people are out of the room, I want to try to
Right.
get it in such a way where when this one glows purple, because I'm immune to poison damage, I want to try to sort of like touch the purple on here and just see if anything happens.
Alright. You go ahead and you wait for the right timing. It takes a little bit, right?
I am waiting for people to be out of the room before I do this.
Okay.
Unless anyone wants to stay, you're welcome to, but
Alright, is everybody who wants to be in or out of the room in their correct positions?
Yeah.
Alright, then if so...
Wait, hang on, no, I'm not. I'm gonna grab the skeleton and bring him out, check him out.
Oh yeah, Village will dimension door them out. They're currently just under complete control at the moment.
Wow.
Wow.
Alright, and Jordan, you're just staying there?
I think so, just in case something bad happens.
what's the worst that could happen?
Does anything bad ever happen to us?
Alright, then you touch the blue dot on the maze. And that's when you see it happen. You see your finger merge into the maze as your body begins getting dragged inside. And in an instant, you
Happened
are
before.
somewhere else.
Huh.
Alibaba,
Yuck.
you find yourself in a completely different spot. You look about. There is a 15-foot high passageway walled by smooth, featureless stone all around you, lit by torches and shrouded by fog. There is no ceiling, and when you look up, you see a distorted view of the room you left behind. You kind of see Jordan's figure right there. And that's also when you hear a large, echoing, churning sound from the inside their Alibabot, which those of you out here, or rather Jordan, you can see what it is. As you begin to see that two of these panels open up, as a variety of bones appear. And, as it does, emerging out in a wispy form, and then wrapping together into a more solid state, are these undead
Wow.
minotaurs.
They're pog.
As you may roll for initiative.
Surely Joran can
For
communicate
just
this with
Jordan or
us.
for all of us?
Well, Joran can communicate with us. You can see Saga and I, so Joran can communicate
Yes.
with us.
Correct.
Would I be rolling initiative too?
Yes, you would also be rolling initiative.
Pog.
Okay. I assume you guys will, tell everybody else here to, ready up because we're getting combat.
Yes, of course.
I would like to, but I'm not sure how well you can hear me.
Not you, you dingus.
Who are you?
So there were
Oh,
Aqua, there were
actually,
4
that's right.
ethereal panels that Saga found, right?
There were 9.
Oh, 9. Wow.
Let me see. What's a good one? I just use Shigambi's arena music again.
Oh my god, my name on the turn order for me is annoying.
Yeah. For me, it's Kion 2.
Yeah,
Kion
if I
two.
scroll all the way up, I can only see me and you, Mark. And if I scroll all the way down, I can't even see my icon. I can only see my name.
Anyone else really matter?
Nope.
Wow, those minotaurs rolled really well.
They're ready.
Yeah, they did. Nick,
Wow.
you should use one of your. Can you use a talisman thing yourself? I don't remember.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
what?
so you can to increase your initiative with an ability check. Talisman.
Yeah, I can do that. Where is it? Okay, I got a 27. Or 26, sorry.
26. Yeah.
Subtract charge. I forgot that they're considered ability checks.
Her name is, her last name is Shadow Mantle. How generic. Come on, Pullinger. You can do better than that.
Well, she's an established character in Tomb of Annihilation, so.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I know. That's why it's so generic and lame.
What if that's just like what her name happened to be though?
Bro, imagine your last name being Shadow Mantle.
Mrs.
Like,
Shadowmantle?
Why are you judging people? Like, your last name is Barry, dude.
Bro,
Alright, this is.
doxing
Exactly.
me? Hello?
Doxed.
People can't even
Hello?
pronounce your last name. Like, your students call you Mrs. Rose.
That's not true. Okay, first of all, I'm not a Mrs. And they can pronounce it.
Then why did you show that picture that said Miss Rose?
Prove it.
To
Get them
show
in here.
To have an option?
Oh my god, it's also rolled higher than them?
Wild.
Shocking.
Honestly.
Let's see, is that everybody on an initiative order then? I think Saga's missing
Still
actually.
amazed at it.
Miss
Saga-
Rose says
I don't know if
I
Saga's
actually don't
gonna
want to
use.
fight.
True.
Hmm.
Zelda.
Yeah.
Maze.
I will not use my
So, what'd you say?
vigilance medallion, actually.
Maze.
So, Aqua, just to clarify, you did say Minotaurs had anti-magic properties, correct?
Yes, or rather, when sprinkled in a certain way, Minotaurs can have anti-magical properties. Or add anti-magical properties to objects, rather.
That is an initiative of 11, not the 100.
Kind of amazed.
Oh, but it also I didn't click my icon.
Oh, so you are using the medallion of vigilance here.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
she's not.
Oh, okay. Wow,
Okay, 27.
27. Let me go ahead and adjust that then.
If you tick an ability modifier, does it get added to your initiative rolls or not?
If you have something that increases all ability checks?
No, like if I have a global ability check modifier for the talisman. If I click that and roll initiative, does it add to it or not?
No.
Okay.
Alright, I think that's everybody, in which case, Azel, Kyan, Saga, and Bruno, you four are up when you hear inside of your head, Azel, I do hear that. Things are moving. Kill them.
Okay.
Yo, chill, bro.
Wait, is like, what'd you say back to it?
Okay.
It's the same thing you said to everything the guys said. Just okay.
Okay, and/or yup.
Yep.
You know what
Alright,
Azuka reminds
okay.
me of? Like, I don't know if any of you guys have seen SNL, but Pete Davidson has a character called Chad, and he just says, okay, the whole time.
I
And
thought you were gonna say
that's
it's Ramus.
no.
I was thinking Ramus.
Guys, Ramus.
Alright. On it.
Quick, Ramus, get in the melee combat.
No.
Ramus doesn't say no. That sounds sus. Anyway.
I guess I'll shoot him with magic.
With magic?
With magic. Which one do I want to use? Why did all my spells reset? Hello? Why does my firebolt deal 4d10? This is bullshit.
Yeah, your fireball sucks.
Pew! Okay, I cannot roll high tonight, apparently. Wow.
It connects.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
Which one would you like to hit?
The one on the right.
Alright, as you do, you see that a shimmer appears over it, and it takes no damage.
Fast.
Welp.
I guess.
One of its eyes stops glowing green.
Oh my god, they have legendary counterspell.
Legendary
it's-
eye.
Wait, both of its eyes are currently glowing green?
Yes, as you can see in the picture right there.
Huh. And what color is the room right now? Purple?
Yes. Well, not the room, but the chest is purple.
Oh yeah, the chest. And what do we say purple was? Force or
Poison.
poison? Well, I ain't got one of them.
I got no time.
What's after green is acid, right?
Yeah.
I'll try and figure out something that I can do. Someone else can go.
I think I'm going to. I'm going to use my action to spend 2 spell slots to make 2 tiny cannons.
They're
Since my
back.
cannons got destroyed by that trap before we got in. Let's spend a 2nd level and a 3rd level spell slot.
You don't have first levels?
I keep my 1st levels up because that's where my healing spells are.
But you can upcast the healing spells.
I guess.
I mean,
I don't know.
there's like literally no reason to use the higher
I mean,
level
but
one.
I don't have like I'm looking based on the spells that I have prepared and stuff, and I'd rather have my first spell slots, the first level spell slots available.
But what I'm saying is any first level spell slot you could cast using a higher level spell slot.
Yeah.
Any of them. So like a second level spell slot can cast all of your first levels and all of your second levels, you know?
You're dumb.
Wow,
Wow.
that's toxic.
I'm sorry.
They're just trying to save your spell slots. You can go ahead and summon them down where you'd like.
Okay. Well, they're tiny, so they're gonna be in my hands, I think.
Okay. So 2 tiny cannons in your hand, nice.
Yeah. I guess I can move. I can move 70 feet. I'll just move right behind Kion.
Do you have any form of what we think is poison or force damage? Oh wait, no, they're glowing green right now, so I actually don't know. The room is purple, but their eyes are green. I'm really not sure. Or they're the chest.
I do
whatever
not
this
have acid damage. Let me check what's the range on this. 120 feet.
Huh.
I'll have my 2 tiny cannons. I guess I'll bonus action have them both fire a force ballista at this guy on the left.
Alright. Patoo.
Force ballista.
is. Jesus.
Does both connect? A nice bit of solid 23 damage dealt.
Okay.
That's
Well,
real quick. I'll be back.
they took force damage at least, so.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if they won't take a magical damage, but they can still take physical or supernatural damage.
Maybe. I have no idea. We'd have to do more testing. But I
Yeah.
used my action, so I can't cast a spell to find out.
Alright, Azel and Saga, you both have yet to move.
I have to stand here. Okay. I'm just gonna walk up to here.
This music isn't proper for this fight. Let's see if this one was better.
Undead baddies, I like it.
Sure. I don't remember what the context of
Could've
this one
just been
was.
spooky, scary skeletons.
Sure.
15 fire. And go back here.
Alright, which one are you shooting at?
The one that's the most injured.
Alright, that'd be the one on the left, so you go ahead, and I don't think that poison and force damage gets added to it, right?
No,
Oh, yeah,
but
and it
I
is-
can turn the fire into. Well, yeah, it's an attack still, so yeah, it does get added. I
Does
think.
it? I don't think it does.
I think it might only apply
your
to.
melee.
It might just say weapon attacks,
Yeah.
if anything.
I don't know. Let me look.
So many items in the attunement list, I can't even find it.
If we're being very technical, this isn't actually casting a cantrip, but also I wrote the item, and I'll just say that, which counts for the suture.
Okay.
because for the doubled property of it.
Alright. That's my turn. I'm dodging.
All right. Do. Nice bit of extra damage.
Kiana's firebolt didn't work, so I just did.
Yeah, it should be 8d10, not 5d10 Aqua.
So we need another 3d10 damage on.
Yeah,
What should be 8 to 10?
the cantrip damage.
Nice, 19 more.
Wait, what? It is?
Our
This
cantrips are 8 dice right now, yes.
this Minotaur skeleton on the left is already wounded.
Because they're normally 4 and the chalice is doubling them.
Oh, right. I'm gonna need to change my cantrip die.
I guess I will use a bonus action and try and steam jet the one on the left? Question mark?
All right, go for it.
Wow.
17 connects. You get an idea. Their AC is 16.
Does that
Alright, as it takes the full 25 steam damage.
Huh, and then I guess I'll dodge.
Cool, then I believe that is... Oh, Azel has yet to do anything here? Azel, what are you up to?
See what I can even do, actually.
Aqua, I will fly, how tall is the room?
40 feet total, from floor to ceiling.
Okay. 25 feet in the air then is where I'll be.
Alright, sounds good.
I think most I do is just like get here. And I don't think I can really get. I don't know if I will even get range to hit people. It's a problem.
You could use an action to dash, and I think that's about it.
Yeah, true. Dash and then just get closer for next turn.
Alright,
I think that's it, really.
cool. It is now the Minotaur's turns. The Minotaur skeletons see that they're getting barraged from below over there, but they turn their attention toward the maze.
Where'd they
They
go?
begin moving.
Oh my god.
Oh, hold on, sorry, this one isn't aligned properly with the grid.
Are they trying to get into the maze to attack the people inside it?
Probably.
Jordan, as they
Nice.
as they run out of movement and they can't quite reach over to where the maze is, you see them turn their attention over to you, and it they each throw their great axes at you.
Oh my lord, they have great weapon throwing.
Phew.
Damn.
Wow.
They're dynamite.
Well, plus 16. I have advantage on that too, wow.
No, there's no disadvantage at this distance. Alright.
I can
The
use the
threat-
dice if you want. You have the shield spell, so if you want I can use the dice.
Boom. As it throws it, the other one throws its. Oh, wow, that's a hit. Okay.
Monka!
Wiz, do you want me to use the dice on the first one and use the shield spell?
He has Mizium armor, it doesn't crit.
Oh, he'll be fine. Remember, he just sits on fire and slowly heals anyway, so.
Yeah, Mizium, don't worry about crit saves, Doran.
Alright, so just 28.
Yeah.
At the end of the Minotaur's turns, you see that the chest turns green.
Did their eyes change color?
No. This one still has 2 green dots in its eye. This one has only 1. Don't bother. Wow. Declined.
Alright.
We'll start with the person in the maze, though. Aliboa, you are inside of this maze. It is
I sure
foggy
am.
in all direction. The walls are 15 feet high. There's definitely no ceiling here.
Mhm.
What do you do?
Well, I'm closer to this corner, so I guess I'll take a little steppy step.
More maze.
Step.
Maze in all directions.
We're back.
Logically speaking, I've got to find the middle. Is this the only light source?
There are torches everywhere. This is just a representation of one portion of the maze.
I don't know how far I'm capable of seeing, so...
Yes.
Oh, hello.
You explore the maze. Roll a d100.
I love rolling D100s.
Oh my god, there's two of them now.
D100s, yeah.
You find nothing of interest as you continue to explore the maze. Jordan, looking around, right, at the maze, you see a tiny little Alibuat there that's just kind of wandering around inside the maze.
Can we communicate to him? Because we can see him?
Would you like to try?
I mean, it costs nothing to communicate, right?
Let's see what Jordan says.
Well, is Jordan the only one who can see him right now?
Yes, they're very small. Although Jordan can just telepathically communicate that to the rest of you.
No, we have telepathic bond. Telepathic bond does not require an action.
You telepathically attempt to say something over to Alibuat, but nothing goes through. On your side though, Alibuat, you hear the sounds of things being thrown, echoing about.
The range.
I'm sure it's nothing.
I didn't think they would panic this hard.
So,
Mhm.
is it our turn, or?
Yes, it is your turns. Lindra's just dimension dooring to get closer.
Nice. Hey, Jordan, can you, get next to this guy for me? Okay, what color is the room? Green. Oh
Oh
my god, a crit?
It happened! It
it
finally happened!
Shit.
I totally forgot that was a thing we were waiting to happen.
Crit!
His eye turns off and does no damage.
Boom! Absolutely destroyed and one hit the Minotaurs.
I've been waiting for that for a long time.
Oh, wait. Shoot.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Right. I forgot. You celebrate in your mind. That's what probably should have happened. Instead, as your booming blade connects into it, one of its eyes loses the color inside of it. And it takes this much damage instead, right? Because that's all sneak attack? And red dragon shield and stuff?
Yes.
And instead of all the thunderous boom not connecting into it and only dealing 100 something damage, it still dies.
Fantastic.
But in a sense, could you really say that was a proper crit? Then? Can you really?
You can't. You really can't.
The wait continues. Cold breath. Which one are you? Oh, the utter skelly. A constitution save.
Probably pretty good at these.
Alright, go for it. Skelly.
Oh, they're actually not as good as I thought.
As it will
Steam
take the
breath.
full 43 damage. Chilly. Jordan's typing. Oh, steam breath, not cold breath. I see.
Oh, I'm back.
Are you though?
Nope.
Steamy.
Did I say that?
Nice.
I'm not. I'm going to dodge.
Alright. Dodging, dodging, dodging. Dodging, dodging, dodging.
Anyone else?
Alright, anybody else is up to bat?
Okay, I'll go. Well, my cannons are still in range, so I guess I'll have them fire again.
Pew. Pew, pew, pew.
Wow, nice rolls. Alright.
How wimpy does this tiny blizzard sound? Are they like? Are they like, you know, the sound of a normal cannon except like an inch tall, or are they, you know, pew pew? You know?
What if they're like compensating and just really loud?
Jordan, as you use Primordial Spark, you see that the other eye on it fades out. It has no green eyes on it anymore.
I guess I'll use my action to throw a firebolt at it.
It connects, dealing the full 53 fire damage.
That was some pretty good rolls, actually.
I think Saga should come up here and during
I'm good.
what?
What?
You're good.
I'm good. I'll stay here where no one can touch me.
Didn't realize
Okay.
I was a pussy.
Right.
I am
Oh.
a pussy.
That's what she eats.
Yep.
Hmm.
So does anyone else have investigation? Because I was thinking maybe while we're in combat with the Minotaurs, we can check out the maze a little more.
Wait, actually, I have a solution for that. I can turn invisible.
That may or may not work.
But go ahead.
It's
Yeah.
not like invisibility where it's like the spell, but it's an
Yeah,
luck
there's.
thing.
I just realized this is important now. Hi Major, you noticed you did that firebolt, you noticed you had advantage on it. It kind of, as every time when it made that attack, it kind of winded down and wasn't able to move as briskly anymore.
Oh, they're barbarians, aren't they? I guess.
I guess.
They're at least
maybe
using a similar feature like Reckless.
I didn't crit, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. This one over here on the right is already half dead.
Yeah, it's
Huh.
probably just a reckless attack.
Yeah, but there's definitely so Saga found 9 of these panels, so there's definitely more. It's just who knows how many.
Yeah. It's fine.
I do.
Zell and I can keep shooting from back here, probably.
Speaking of Isel,
Shoot his ass.
Are they in range? It's like...
What do you mean? Are they in range? You can
No,
see him,
I
can't
meant
you?
line of sight. My bad.
shoot them, shoot them, shoot them, shoot them.
Is this just a door or
I can
like what
probably
is
move.
this?
That's
But-
that's a chest. That's no longer there.
Okay. Well, let's move.
And this is
And,
a pool
that-
of acid.
Yeah. So don't walk into that.
That's what I was talking about.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
just walk on the wall. Yeah, like Jordan says, walk on the
Oh
wall.
yeah, sure.
See Spider-Man. Spider-Man, but he has a bow and he kills people.
Spider-Man.
You shoot at the Minotaur skeleton. It cannot pass a charisma save and dies instantly.
Happens.
There are no more Minotaur skeletons.
Unless.
Spooky, scary skeleton. It's because he knows he didn't need to. He didn't.
Yeah,
he didn't want to
true.
flex like that.
No, I think it's
Us-
actually more BM that he doesn't use sharpshooter because he uses sharpshooter on every auto attack normally.
Yeah, like
Oh.
not sharpshootering is just like a beam. I don't even need to do full damage here. That's how
I don't care.
pathetic
man.
you are.
At the very least, Jordan, you're still inside of turn order. No, it's all good. I think you're the only one that hasn't done anything, but there are no more enemies about.
Alright. I'll go inside and investigate whatever Mark wanted me to.
I would be very careful how you're doing this, so you might. I was just saying check out the maze, but you might not want to touch it.
I'm not gonna touch it.
You see a tiny little Alibuwat there. It looks like they're just kind of walking around.
Or maybe you do want to go in there because as long as the Minotaurs are out here, you'd be safer in there.
Nah, I'm good.
Maybe you do want to try it. It'd be really funny.
Alright, is that all for everybody's moves then? You were in the final positions?
Yeah.
I don't have any movement left, so yeah.
Yes.
Alright. As your turn ends, the chest changes from green to red. And it is your turns again. Ali Bawat, you may roll another D100 as you were exploring about.
Uggy wuggies, bro.
Would you like to do anything specific, or are you just, like, walking about?
They're just walking about for now. We're following
alright.
the left wall, you know.
Yeah, the classic.
Even though I don't think that's really that effective in this kind of a place. 86.
Right, looking about, right? As your hand touching over onto the left wall, something becomes apparent as you feel something click against your tip of your finger. You feel it underneath. It's a blue key.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh,
As you pick it up, you are jettisoned out to here.
ah!
And as you do, you see that the blue one that's over here. Oh, yeah. Actually, you see all the blue from the chest disappear.
I found a blue key.
Aqua, I'm gonna touch the red thing on the maze.
All right. You are inside now.
Should I roll D100 or wait?
You can roll the 100 as you attempt to look about.
Okay. Would scouting with mage hands have any relevance here, like they have in previous tunnel cave mazes?
I don't think so in this case, because you can with your blind sight you can see as far as your mage hands are revealing anyway.
That's a good point. We do got that blind
Alright.
sight. 33.
You're investigating about, using your mage hands to carefully scour the area and your blind sight to look about for anything peculiar. Although, hold on, I'm checking something. Okay, yeah. Alright, anybody else doing anything with their turns? I'm just going to stand here.
I'm presuming it took my turn to do to find the key and shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, if there's nobody else doing anything with their turns, then this red one becomes black. Nice. It is all your moves again.
Why are we still in combat?
You search about for anything further. You have the information that you were provided by Ali Buwat. Unfortunately, nothing seems to pop up, Kyon. Oh wait,
tried
hold
to,
on.
like-
Let me check something. I think you may have actually found something. Let me check. Let me double check this. Let me make sure. What were your rolls earlier, Ali? But what?
48 and 86.
Ah, okay. Yes, actually, you do find something. That's what I get for not editing this in advance.
I thought you were like, you do find something. A Minotaur.
Well.
Oh.
You do, in fact, find a Minotaur that is immediately on the aggressive towards you. However, you don't get to do anything. You found it at the end of your move.
Are you like? Wait, is it my action to explore?
Essentially, yes.
I mean, if
Your action and
otherwise
movement.
unspecified, if otherwise unspecified, can I bonus action dodge? Kind of like
Yes.
Saga does.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
As the Minotaur
That is-
appears, you begin dodging about and get ready. You see a tiny little Minotaur skeleton on the maze, those of you who are watching it. Anything else? Otherwise, that will be the Minotaur's turn.
Give me 1 second.
I am good to run.
Does anyone else want to join me in the maze here and help me kill this thing?
I used all of my movement to get to where I am right now because I had to take the stairs.
You had to take the stairs. But you don't have the room.
Well, I didn't know that you were going to get jumped by it, so I just decided to walk up.
Oh, okay.
Jordan and Spence thinks that you might not be together.
That's true. You might not. Well, in any case, I'm going to use
Would you like to try?
You just like crush me and I die.
Your giant finger from the sky.
Fuck it, I'll try that.
Alright, Jordan, you poke your finger down onto Kion, and you find yourself teleported into the maze. But looking about in all directions, you see no Kion at all. You see a maze.
It's not
Aqua.
big deal.
Hold on, let me read this spell. Because I
You
still
may
do
use
have
your-
my other bonus.
You may
No,
use a
I-
D100, Jordan.
I think I should still be able to do this. Let me see if this works. Yeah, I'm going to try using this spell on the Minotaur.
Tasha's Mind Whip.
Yes. So it needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Alright, it will attempt, and it will fail.
Alright. Oh, it needs to get upcasted actually. Hang on, let me double check if that has an upcast. Oh, I can target more.
Oh, use that as your bonus action instead of dodge?
I have 2 bonus actions.
Right, you do.
So yes,
It
I'm
is
gonna use that.
incapacitated.
Not incapacitated. It has to choose between move action or bonus action.
Go, got it. Alright.
And then because it cannot take reactions, I am going to go around the corner if I think that's possible. Just get out of line of sight of it.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So however I believe that to be possible.
Gotcha. Jordan, you search to explore the maze, looking for either Kion or a key, but neither appears. That is the end of everybody's turns. Then the following happens. Over on the outside here, this black one, the chest stops being black, and it skips being blue and instead begins being yellow. And as it does, those of you inside the maze hear a massive kudonk from outside. Ali, but what? You get to witness this. As, right there, next to those panels that have opened, there is another panel that opens right here. And another one that opens right here. And from all 4 of them,
Uh-oh.
Well, that's interesting. Not ideal.
4 Minotaurs emerge. They all look over in the direction of the maze. It is all of your turns again. Oh, wait, I forgot about the one in here, huh? As that Minotaur can't move. You hear just a thunk as you hear the sound of an axe hitting a wall. Kion.
Well, it can move if it wants. It just can't also take an action afterwards. So I don't know what you would prefer.
I think it chooses to try and whap you with the axe, and it fails.
Fair enough. That's fair.
Alright, it is all of your moves again. You easily lose the Minotaur just by walking a little bit, Kion. It is gone.
How far away are people from?
Oh man, I cannot roll tonight.
Searching. Jordan?
You rolled.
Oh, they rolled an 85? Okay. Let me check. Give me a moment. Searching. Oh, you found something! Looks like a spot where a key used to be. There was some blue residue there. There was no key there, however.
Okay.
I'll go right here. How many people can I see now?
It looks like if there was once a blue key, Jordan, there is no longer.
And I'm assuming I didn't find anything, Aqua?
No, you did not. You would search, having escaped the Minotaur. On the outside, what's going on there? Valindra will go ahead and cast Magic Missile at 6th level at this Minotaur over here, and it just loses one of the colors in its eyes. This limits what I can do here. I may catch haste on one of you next.
Noted.
Yeah, it seems like they're capable of removing all the damage of a spell. But
Yeah.
that's why the sneak attack damage went through, but not the actual spell.
Alright, Saga, Kion, Bruno.
What, me?
Not Kion, sorry, Azel.
I think I can use this as a bonus action, or I can.
That's what to do here.
I'll use my attack action to give Azelka an extra attack, Rose an extra attack. I don't think anyone else here.
Okay, I'm pretty sure
actually
that's
made
the floor. I'll just shoot all of them.
You got 5, Azelka.
That would make them 10 for me.
Very nice. 25, 31, 31, and 33.
And then
Alright.
I'll use my bonus action to use my battlefield. No, not that. That was another one. I'll use the rallying mark. Which one's the most hurt here, Aqua?
Out of those, the one I got hit by the 33, which is this one.
Okay, I think I can. Nope, has to be within 60 feet of me. This fucker right here.
Alright.
I can move 5 feet closer. The one that's the most hurt.
Alright,
there.
the one that's most hurt.
Whoever hits him next does an extra 4d4 damage, and everybody within 120 feet of me will heal 4d4 hit points.
I think that would be 1 hit point, but
Not necessarily.
Maybe. We
okay.
don't
I'm
know.
gonna attack this guy with an
Okay.
attack.
Don't forget you have 1 more attack than normal because of.
Yeah. I have 2 attacks because of that, though.
You have an infinite number of d4s, right, Allah?
I do have an infinite number of d4s,
Okay.
so it probably will just be 1 hit point.
And another 11 on him.
So 45 damage. That one is almost halfway dead. As everybody within range of Allah, but what? You do get 1 HP.
Huge. Huge.
And
Hey,
then
you know what? The
I
cookie
get
was
one
one. This
for
is all one. Like
attacking it,
surely.
so 2 to HP. I'm gonna attack this one. For that much.
Hmm.
Hold on. And heal 1 HP.
Nice.
I'm gonna attack this one.
31 to the top left one over there. This one will go ahead and take another 33 damage also.
I'll heal. I'll attack this one.
32. Very nice.
I'll heal. And then I have 2 more attacks. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 more attacks. Because of the thing that says if you take an attack action, you get an extra attack.
You should have 6 attacks in total, yeah.
6.
Mine, so the bonus one you get from me doesn't. It's just when you make an attack action, you get an additional one during that, same way as the chalice. It doesn't give you an extra like attack action.
Yeah, they're talking about they're counting their unarmed strikes basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, on that one, Aqua, I had a 15. On the 12 plus 15.
Alright, 15 damage.
One.
Yes, that one
And
is more than
then-
halfway dead.
And then for that one, it's just gonna be that. And then I'm gonna run back here.
Alright, and you're out.
Zilka, I think you have one more shot, don't you?
How much damage did I do in total?
I don't know, you
think-
can count
I'll
that.
count it.
Because you get 1, 2, the chalice one, mine,
Oh yeah, the
and
chalice.
then your bonus action one. The 80 carry, he's got attack speed.
Yeah, I'll shoot this guy.
Alright, go for it.
Light him up.
37.
Oh, and at the end of my turn, Aqua,
Oh,
I'll
I gotta
use,
put this on here actually.
I'll use my keen mind to figure out this guy's damage vulnerabilities. Yeah, I'm sure he's
They
got
have none.
tons of them. They have them. Nah, look at that. He's got a ton of them. Millions.
So many.
I did 212 damage.
Alright. Very nice. Bruno?
Oh, hey, does Mirage want an extra attack? Hell yeah, brother. Not like I could do anything with my extra attack, so I had one more to give.
Nice.
You should see about the Minotaur's damage, resistances and immunities, and see if the color in the middle has anything to do with that. So I doubt it, but maybe.
I used it on vulnerabilities already, but Nick has Keen Mind as well.
Oh, true. Nick speeded though.
Alright, you
Yeah,
can
you-
make the 4th attack.
Yeah, get him.
Sorry about that. I'm back now.
Nick, you should use Keen Mind to see if they have any resistances or immunities.
As Mirage tears down into this Minotaur.
Okay.
I really enjoy handing out attacks like candy.
You're checking with Keen Mind, Bruno?
Yeah, I'll check with Keen Mind, see what it resists.
They have resistance to cold and immunity to poison.
Okay, so nothing related to the thing in the middle, it seems.
Bro, yellow is poison.
Wait, what?
Alright, Mark, I'm joking.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, man.
I think Bruno's the only one that has yet to move on this turn.
I haven't technically done anything either.
Yes, that is
you're
you.
Bruno.
Oh, I thought you said.
Bruno.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. I heard something else. Anyways, tiny cannons go pew pew at this guy.
Pew pew. $19, very cool.
And my action, I I guess I will use Firebolt.
This is an advantage. All the attacks actually on them should have been an advantage, but I don't think it matters for the most part. 51.
Wow.
Very cool.
Some good rolls on Firebolt. Okay,
Actually, that's fire damage. I don't think it's cool at all.
I'm messing
Wow.
with you.
Wow.
Alright. And with that, they will begin their movements now, the Minotaurs. This one moves in a very similar spot to where that other one was. They're just racing for that maze over there, as all three of them with their axes begin launching them at you, Ali, but what? 1,
Yeah.
2,
They're
and 3.
chumps. He's not. That one's not.
I think even if I use my reaction, actually, hold
You-
on.
you
I
can
think
get
I
plus
can.
7,
I think I
can't
can
you?
dodge that. Yeah.
I will, however, use my reaction on this one. I will use the Gift of the Gem Dragon. So it needs to make a what is it?
I
A
can-
DC 29 strength check.
But yeah, I will.
Or strength saving throw, sorry, my bad.
Alright.
I will just use my reaction, by the way, to boost my AC up to 36.
Oh wait, I pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, strength saving throw.
Better.
Wow, okay, yep. He takes, how much damage is this again? Takes half damage.
What was your reaction, Ali, but what?
I use my Gift of the Metallic Dragon to add 6 to my AC, or 7 to my AC. Sorry, because it's proficiency bonus,
Alright.
boosting up to 36.
They take they take 17 force damage. Or that one takes 17 force damage but isn't pushed.
Alright, it takes the damage.
What reaction is that?
Gift of the Gem Dragon.
Mm.
Alright, at the end of their turns, it becomes purple.
Oh.
Whoop-de-doo, Kyon.
Good work, guys.
God damn it.
Whoop-de-doo, Jordan.
Okay, Aqua. Surely, if I disengage and hide at the same time, I can probably get away from the Minotaur, right?
Disengage and because you have 2 bonus actions?
Yeah.
Disengage, possible. Hiding, a little bit more difficult. Where will you hide? You cannot hide in
That's a-
plain sight.
Underground.
Okay, so that's what I don't know. Is it just like, are they like long tunnels? Are they like, you know, curves like this? Kind of like, you know, can I? So can I get around a corner and kind of just like make distance that while trying to be stealthy?
You can just note that, like, if they turn around a corner, if you're not hiding behind anything, they could just kind of see you. I guess the idea is, like, are you trying to see if there's, like, multiple passage? Because you use all your movement, but, like, this represents at the end of your turn, essentially. Like
I'm
all the
always
movement and action.
running into them at the end of my turn.
Yeah, basically. And that's when you had your bonus actions available. So disengaging won't do very much in that instance, since you
Right.
can't move.
How fast did I see them move when they were out here?
40 feet.
So if I disengage and dash with my 80 feet of movement, I should be able to get around enough corners that they can't see me. That even if they follow me?
Yes, theoretically, yes.
I will try that and see how that works.
All right.
So
You turn around the corner, see this thing, you just bolt.
yes.
Jordan, you see it as you turn around the corner, and you have your bonus action available. What will you do? Steam breath.
Jordan and I have two very different opinions on how to deal with Minotaurs.
Steamy. And it takes 21 steam damage. I don't got your mobility.
Mood.
How tall
but-
is the labyrinth, by the way?
The labyrinth, it's 15 feet high, but there's no ceiling. Beyond that, you can't see how much further higher it goes.
Wait, no ceiling is in like I could fly up there?
Yep.
There's no way that goes well.
On Valindra's turn, they will go ahead and use haste on Azel and be like, if they have this magical immunity, there's not much else I can do here. Azel, you have another attack on top of all the other attacks you had.
I will again take the attack action to hand out attacks to the same 3.
Very
Imagine
cool.
being a fighter with 8 attacks per turn, and we're just doing that as non-fighters.
Yeah, but imagine if we were a fighter.
Imagine if you were a fighter with thrown weapon fighting.
How many
I almost
attacks
made
would we
that
be
a
making?
character.
How many attacks would we be making with Allah's and the Chalice if you were a fighter? 12? Because you're taking
Let's
4,
see.
and then you get 2 more from the extra bonus attacks, and you get 2 more from the extra bonus attacks. Because you're taking the attack action twice.
No, so you would get 1 extra from me. I don't think mine would apply to both attack actions.
Okay, so you would get 11. 11 attacks.
Yeah, because the next time they take the attack action.
Oh, okay. So,
But if we were giving that bonus to a fighter with thrown weapon fighting as their fighting style,
182 damage split amongst them, which I believe is enough to kill this one, and kill this one, and wound the other one.
Alright,
That's
Zelka. Kill him.
that's like absurd to me.
There's 1 mana Zelka and you have like 6 bullets to just blast him with it.
Like, if you're doing throw weapons fighting, that's 22 attacks in 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah.
And let's do another one.
I just don't understand how thrown weapon, like, I just don't get that like entire
Dead.
like
It's
feat
hard.
at all. Like it makes no sense in my head.
Nah, it means
But
you're
all
good
of
at
your
rolling.
mean?
but all of your monk bullshit makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, you just
what do you-
move casually like a billion
Imagine-
feet.
Imagine yourself like having like axes or spears or whatever it is,
Mhm.
and you're throwing them. Like it literally takes like a whole ass like 6
I think
seconds.
spears
to
are
just, like,
excluded.
You can
Gross.
literally run 1,000 feet in 6 seconds. I don't
No,
want to hear
picture
it.
picture this. So you know how in the old Sonic games, his feet when you go fast enough, there is that circle. That's your arm when you're throwing shit.
Yeah, I mean that's
Nice.
how I'm imagining it because it makes no sense. Like, it's not a gun for you to like load and then like shoot. It's not your fist so you can like repeatedly punch.
It's
That
that. It's
feels.
that. It's that one scene from Elf. The snow
I just-
puppet.
It
And that's why they're a
feels
thrown
so
weapon
weird.
master and you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't get it. Like, if you were throwing something else, like daggers, sure, I could see that. Maybe. Not even. Like, daggers are also hard to throw. Shuriken. I don't
Looking
know.
at the maze,
Sure
can I
we can.
see the 2 people there?
Yes, you can see them. And you can see
I
the
see
little
this
minotaurs.
Can I see a scary minotaur?
Yeah, you do.
Can they hear me?
Would you like to try finding out somehow?
Yeah, I will.
I mean,
just
you did tell them that you heard like blobbery echoes outside, which are audible if a little bit difficult to discern.
Alright, I'm gonna investigate the one next to Jordan.
I don't think you have the action available, right? You already used it.
It's a bonus action or an action to do that.
Okay. You investigate. You look about the area and to see
Well,
if
no,
like
no, no.
Jordan is.
So I'm trying to investigate this guy with my tactical mind, you know?
It looks like the same kind of minotaur that are out here too.
Oh no, this is a opposed check. I make an investigation check and he makes a deception check. Unless he doesn't count as being within 60 feet, because I can see.
They do not count as being within 60 feet.
Foiled again!
Can you
What a
try
waste of a.
Try punching him.
I don't think I have the action for that. I gave all my attacks away. I will just sort of. I don't know what kind of an action it'd be to try to, like. I'll try to talk to Kion telepathically. Hello.
Telepathy hasn't worked.
Can you hear me or no?
Telepathy has not worked thus far, so
But I was in there and don't know that.
that's fair.
Yeah, you did tell them about the echoey blobs you can hear from outside the maze, though.
I will attempt to sort of, if I can see Kion and see where there's like a glimmer of light or like these things, I will try to see if I can guide her to them.
All right.
Just by talking.
I often
Right.
forget that Kion's a female.
I
You,
read recaps.
You tell Kion about where the nearest blarb is. Yeah, Kion, you hear it from overhead. To the left. It's to your left. Warble, warble, warble. Jordan, you hear it's to your left. It's to your left.
Well, one of them will get it right.
Does that assist send me away?
We'll see. Is that the end of your moves and turns and everything? If so,
Yeah.
it is the Minotaur's moves. You think you have escaped that Minotaur, Kion. Durin is not so lucky. Durin is engaged in fateful combat. The Minotaur begins with its assault. It makes a little bit of distance. So we'll take the attack of opportunity to do so, and then it will charge at you.
God.
I wonder if Zelka can shoot arrows at it. On the maze, she's like fucking mega arrows. Probably not.
If there's no contest on this, Jordan? Alright.
Sheesh.
A fat hit with that as it then proceeds to try and gore you while you're still in front of it right there. But you managed to fatefully evade it. It is not even wounded yet, Jordan. Meanwhile, on the outside, wait, did I change the color already to green? Or from green? Wait.
I don't remember.
It was
Yes.
purple this last turn, so.
Okay. Then at the end of this turn, it was purple. Okay. Cool, just double checking. Alright, and then you lost that Minotaur. Alright, it is all your moves again.
I will attempt to take the
You
advice.
get advantage on this, Kion, because you have got outside assistance.
Watch me still roll just as bad. Oh my
Oh my
god!
goodness!
Impressive.
Oh my god.
Jordan, what are you up to?
Oh my god!
The Minotaur, it's hard to search with this Minotaur skeleton trailing you.
Wow.
Nice.
Alright, dash. I guess it makes the most sense to say it takes an action to search. That's probably the easiest way of saying it. All your movement and an action to search. So note that if you dash, you will not be able to take the search. Jordan's making a break for it. Alright, having made a break for it, I'm just going to assume, unless otherwise specified, that nobody on the outside is doing anything at the meantime.
I think Allah should continue trying to
Yeah, except for that. Guiding Kion.
by the way,
I'll be trying- If it looks like Joran got away from the skeleton, I'll try to give like Kion go X, Joran go Y. You know,
What's your level of investigation?
I have a plus 24
Yes. Is that proficiency or expertise?
expertise, and I have observant. If that adds anything.
Cool. You can do both of them. Yes, you're just observant enough to be able to do 2 people at the same time in terms of keeping them organized.
Aqua.
Great.
What do I know about the abilities of Minotaurs, insofar as their like blind sight / true sight? Do I know anything about that?
Undead generally will have dark vision, and that's it.
Okay,
Skeletons in general just have dark vision.
sure. And this whole entire labyrinth is bright, correct?
Yeah, it's like, well, it's not bright. There's like fog in the distance that obscures view after a certain point.
Okay.
Alright, then, on the Minotaur's turn, the chest becomes red. You hear some dumping, Jordan, as the Minotaur is chasing after you. Boom, 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 boom. And you hear it going in a different direction. It is all of your turns again.
So Aqua, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast the invisibility. Or actually, I'm going to try this. Would this feature work here?
I will know if you turn invisible. I have no way to guide you.
But it means that I have no chance of running into Minotaurs too.
Yes, that would work.
I'm worried about us on the outside.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. I won't use it then.
Okay.
That's a good point. So.
Alright, both of you make those 2 D100s.
Wow.
A 1.
We'll take the first
Fantastic.
one.
Jordan, you both are just not having a good day, but fortunately, nothing else is
Wow.
happening here, so it's your turns again.
You would think
Jordan?
that we would eventually
Guys,
roll above a 60.
Yeah, everybody else is just hearing Ali doing the guiding while the chest outside becomes yellow. And that's when you hear it, the thud. Ba-doomph, ba-doomph, ba-doomph.
you're going to have to give me a moment. There are 6 of them, it looks like.
Wow.
So if you could hurry it up, that would be appreciated.
I would love to.
Alright, it is all of your turns.
So this one would still be a 2D100 since up until now you're still guiding, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 85 and 78?
Let me check something. 85.
I feel like you can only.
You find something, Kion. Yes, it is a key-shaped hole. It used to be blue.
Blue. God damn it.
As for you, Jordan, technically this is advantage, so I'm just going to say it's nice that you found nothing.
Nice.
Yeah, you were directed away from another Minotaur.
I wonder if you stay where the blue thing is. Aqua, have they been shifting like back to where the blue one is? You know, or was?
There's no more blue dot on the map at all.
Yeah, okay, but like where I found it, does like other light go there ever or no?
What do you mean?
Because haven't the dots been shifting places, or no? It's just
Constantly,
walls around
yes.
them?
They're just always moving.
Okay, but it's like once I found one in one spot, that spot is no longer like used in the movement.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, all of your turns out there?
Alright. Time to hand out some attacks to bang, bang, bang. And I'll use a bonus action to make Oh whoever hits this guy in the top left gets this 4d4 extra damage. I'm not using the real dice yet.
Okay, Aqua, I'm gonna start from the bottom here, go upwards, and then this way, okay?
Alright. Also, it would probably help to know you can figure it out. They have 200 HP each.
Okay. So
So you're
objective.
saying is do a little bit and get them all to 100, and then Zelka kills them all.
Zelka has enough attacks to shoot them all once, I think.
Alright, so Zel, are you just like waiting on standby for a chance to like when they fall to 100?
Oh, right now, yeah.
Based.
Okay. Then if we're distributing this optimally, you shoot one over to here after it's been brought down, and one over in the middle right here has been brought down by 77 HP. So basically, for every 100 HP you all deal, one of them dies.
Well, could Zelka do 23 damage on his own?
That's true.
Yeah,
Surely.
Zel, could you roll your
Sharpshooter?
damage? That's another
so
kill right
it's
there.
like a minimum 22 damage, so
Yeah, with Sharpshooter you should be able to kill him.
I can't like not do 23.
Yeah, roll your damage as well, so that way we can see how much that adds up to total.
We'd only want to do 80.
How many
damage
rolls?
to Aqua.
Just,
So
just
every-
roll one. Just roll one attack, Zelka. Sharpshooter attack.
Every 80
Yeah,
damage
like
we
he's-
do should be a kill here.
I'm just totaling all the damage, basically. I think this is the simplest way of calculating this.
Okay.
That's about 3 right there. 3 Minotaurs remain.
Hey, Zelka's got like 5 more bullets.
Bruno, would you like to contribute to the Minotaur slaying expeditions?
No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
So you can roll the rest of your attacks. We'll just assume that it's optimally distributed.
I'll move over. I'll climb along the wall and then move over here, and I will have my cannons fired as a bonus.
Are you not gonna
action.
make the cannons big?
No, because I'm gonna keep them going around. I'm gonna keep them around so it make it easier to, like, going up from tiny to small won't change anything, so I might as well just keep them this size. Oh wait, they're already.
You have advantage on these attacks.
Right. Okay, so then that's the first one, and I'll roll the second one. And then action, I will cast Firebolt.
That uses one of its things as the firebolt is negated.
Okay.
Hey, if that's a reaction, Valindra should shoot this one.
Valindra's even casting spells. They at least hasten that, so they've given up on casting spells on these things.
Wow.
Lazy ass.
Right.
Alright, on the minute.
I'm just trying to think if I have any bonus action. Or I use my bonus action, I'm silly.
Otherwise, on these 2 Minotaurs' turns, they will go up and do the classic axe throw over at you, Ali. But what? Oh, that's a crit.
I'll use my reaction to dodge the 34, but I do get crit.
And 52. That's actually a pretty low roll, honestly.
Oh, I have to heal 1 damage from the 4d4 that went off Pog. Oh, and look at that. 2 health. This is optimal. How
I'm
sad.
also just going to immediately assume these 2 Minotaurs stand no chance right here. And the next turn, they're dead.
Alright. That simplifies things.
Okay, let's see.
Alright.
Yeah, hate to see it.
Yeah, this one's just 1d on 100 because I have no way to guide you guys.
Alright.
Uh-oh,
It moves to
that's
purple.
bad.
You both in the inside are getting guided again. $89. You are tired of searching around in your Kyon, but there it is. Finally, your mage hand finds it embedded on the higher portion of the wall. You find a gold key, and as you bring it back over to yourself, yes, there it is. All the gold light from the chest fades away.
Alright, good job now. Get back in.
Aqua, how big is this key compared to the invisible key that I'm holding?
They're completely different sizes. These are small, relatively. They're like only about an inch across.
I really wonder if this invisible key is just or somewhere completely else. Okay. So that took my action and all of my movement. Yes.
Yes.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use Mage Hand to telekinetic feet to shove myself this way.
Don't you have bonus action dash anyway?
I thought you said I couldn't bonus action dash.
No, you did that earlier. Disengage and dash, didn't you?
Oh yeah, but I thought afterwards you said I wasn't able to do that.
No. I think it was misinterpretation. It uses all your
Oh.
speed, basically, all your movement.
Okay,
Um,
then in
you
that
can get
case,
bonus.
I will fly up here, and I guess I can't do it this turn, but I can prepare to. Correct?
No, you can enter. You just won't be able to search this again, basically.
Okay.
Have fun.
Wait. I have an idea. Let me see. I'm going to use this before I go, and I'm going to leave an image here. I believe I can. It will allow me to communicate with him a little more easily. Do you agree with that?
Sure, yeah. Where would you like? Where you said you were leaving it?
I'm just gonna leave it up by the up here somewhere by the maze.
Okay.
And in theory, could I use it to guide myself?
But I'm not doing a good.
It takes a bonus action to switch between your senses and your own.
But I'm blinded and deafened, and I have blind sight. So can I see through its senses and use blind sight around myself?
Yes, that would work.
Would that like do something better than what Alabiwat is offering because I'm guiding myself?
Or you
is,
think that
like,
would definitely
that
help?
Okay.
I think it would be. I think together it would help. You're both working together at that point.
Okay, so yeah, I will duplicate myself so you can see where I'm leaving the clone.
All right. Let's
I don't
go.
know how you do that blue overlay, but you know, something like that.
Sure, blue.
Yeah, sweet.
Blue Kion, like Protoss.
Exactly.
All right, Jordan, you already searched this turn, right? Yeah, you got a 45, which meant you didn't find a Minotaur. All right, end of your turns, it becomes green. Your moves.
Okay, so what should I be rolling here? Just a 2d1 or something else?
Yes, but add 5 to the results.
Ooh, fancy.
Another 89.
That's an 89.
Pain.
Pain. It is a gold where the gold key used to be.
Bro, one of these days, Wiz will roll 2 of them, and it'll be like at least 110. Like I don't think
Alright.
we
What do
got
you
It's
mean
red
to
now?
get?
ridiculously high.
Alright.
Are we on again?
Yes, it just turned red.
Okay.
This technically, I think, is the most turns in combat we've ever spent. Technically.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, are we getting close to? Maybe Harry should be back by now.
It would be several minutes. It hasn't even been a minute yet. I think out there we're getting close there.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure how long it had been since Harry left that the combat started.
I just
I
think
guess
just like
it
in the
hasn't been that
middle
long.
of it.
Yeah, it hadn't been that long, so.
All right. Block. You may go again.
Alright, Wiz, this one's for sure good.
84. That sounds like a blue key.
You good?
For sure good.
84 is a blue key. Yes.
God damn it.
As you're searching, it becomes purple on the outside, and you know what time it is. Gadunk, gadunk, gadunk.
Uh-oh.
I guess it's gonna be 8 guys.
You can math correctly. Nice.
That's crazy.
They actually are having trouble crowding into the spots available.
Moria Zelka, his vision's based on movement. Oh shit, there's 9 of them.
Okay, I think.
Sorry,
I think
that's a miscount. That's why. There we go.
Oh look, he couldn't see you so much he vanished.
All right.
He was like, I'm out.
We will assume optimal damage on the outside. Every 100 damage kills one of these things, up to 6 of them because Azel.
Oh, and I get a heal a hit point. So does everyone else that's injured within 120 feet.
Nice.
At least 1 attack hits.
Oh, surely that crit counts for something
I wanna-
too. Yeah.
I want to roll some damage. at this. Boom. 12 extra damage from my thingy-majig.
3 of them are gone.
Hey, can we get the ones on the right side? Maybe the ones on the left will try to kill Mark. Yeah, you probably should be, Wiz.
Do you have a preference in the order that they're killed in, or just like top to bottom, left to right?
He was saying the ones on the left first, just so that they don't try to hit the clone.
Okay. Oh, those are just to see if it crit. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Saga, you throwing in some punches too? Saga.
Rose is dead. Crab rave.
While she's thinking about that,
Let's
Given
die.
given that I do not have the assistance of the Honorable Alabi, what does the clone itself provide?
Advantage only.
Okay.
I guess I'll go.
God damn it.
Keys are hard to find.
Yeah.
Go for it, Bruno, and we just wait for Saga, I think.
I'm gonna first attack the one beside me.
How did we
with
get 2 ones
Shocking
already?
Grasp.
Its anti-magic property activates.
Okay. Does it still get affected by Shocking Grasp's effect?
No, since it is immune to the damage, it is immune to the rider as well.
What?
Gosh dang it.
I will
back.
after I'm done. Thank you.
Welcome back, Rose. There's a bunch of villains.
Can I, if I move
I've
here,
been
can
here.
I hit both of these
have?
minotaurs with a double flamethrower from my cannons? Like, can I
Yes,
angle it
easily.
this way?
Oh shit.
Hold up!
Um,
You hear me? Why are you ignoring me? Where's Bella?
oh right, I have to roll twice. Duh.
Rose.
They fail the deck saves
Goddamn
automatically. They-
interrogation.
Hey, that's a much better roll than that second one. Wait, was that the wrong? I rolled the wrong cannon. Hold up, that was the wrong cannon.
Oh,
That
okay.
was
And also I have to
the,
count this as double because it's AoE.
Oh, it was still a good damage roll. Damage difference of 1, despite the fact I rolled double the amount of dice on the first try.
Do I have to roll it? Do it twice, right?
Yeah, so it was
Uh,
9 and 13 for the 2.
Yeah,
Yes, but he misrolled the large flamethrower.
yeah. I rolled 1.
Oh,
critical
okay, I
roll
see.
beforehand. Yeah. So yeah, the 3 damage from the fire adept as well.
That's another 50. On top of the 316, so 366. So just a little bit. Oh, right, I already added this out. So we're just missing Saga's punches, basically.
Oh, I thought I already punched this.
This is
No, there's
the
more
new
of
turn.
them.
Yeah, there's thousands of them actually.
Oh my god.
A never-ending punch spree.
Okay. I'm gonna roll 1 attack, okay?
Also, because it's aesthetic, I'm
Assuming-
scattering your corpses.
Assuming that it hits, okay?
Actually, the corpses thing is kind of confusing. I'll just keep them there.
This does make things a lot easier to see, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
that's
does.
what I'm gonna. I said I was gonna roll 1 attack because. That's true. How many? Okay, that's 6 attacks. 12, 18.
That is enough to kill another 2 of them.
So
And almost killed
Plus
their.
18 HP.
Well, how much do we have? Is this all just Saga's damage? How much did we have before that?
Yeah, I was counting all that already. I've already killed the
Oh.
ones that I counted for.
Oh, cool.
wait, so how many have died so far?
I think all of them but 2.
5. Oh wait, hold on. This one. Oh
Well,
wait, why does this one have an
There's
F?
been like 650 damage done so far, so it should have been 6, I believe.
4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay.
Because you had 316, and then Bruno's damage, and then Saga's damage was 262, which easily is over 600.
All right, so just these 2 remaining.
Did Wiz or did Jordan roll? Oh, yeah, you rolled a 1, right?
All right. Alright. Then, on the Minotaur's turns, the number of corpses are piling up pretty high. Actually, can they even... If they can't, then they actually would do something else. They can't reach all the what with their active, so... Azel?
Oh no.
Ruh-roh.
Sorry, he's got alert. He's fine.
He alerts right
Azel,
to the acid
two
trap.
undead minotaurs are charging straight at you. On
He's
the wall.
on the wall. He's on the wall, so I don't know if that's relevant.
Well, they can still throw at them anyways.
That's true.
But I mean, even if he alerts, he can still move along the wall anyways.
Will you be alerting Azel?
It's not kill him.
Azelka.
Azelka?
I have ways to help him too.
I kind of have a way to help him.
Oh wait, is
Azel?
my mic not on?
Yeah,
Oh,
there
no,
we
no,
go,
I can
there
hear
it
you.
is.
There they are.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll wait.
Alright, you use one of your alerts to move out of the way. Which way are you going?
Up.
Up. Alright. The other one then will go ahead and... Well, actually, that one just tried goring. They're both going to try throwing a great axe at you.
When the first one makes its attack roll, I'm going to use a reaction to use the urgent orders. Each creature of my choice within 300 feet of me that can see or hear me can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed up to a maximum of 30 feet without provoking opportunity attacks.
Wow.
And so, I mean, whoever wants to do that, I mean, yeah, fuck it, I can see all you fucker. Yeah, yeah!
Why are you going?
I will in fact move, yeah.
It's only 30 feet. And it does use your reaction.
Oh, it does? Wait, never mind. I need to use Azelka.
So
Azel, are you...
you got 30 feet of movement, bro.
Get 30 feet further away.
I can go. How far is 30 feet actually?
Like 6 squares.
That's far enough. Perfect.
Yep, as that is too
that-
far for their axes now.
And you also, everyone that I affected with it gets 12 temp HP. Yeah, yeah.
They can still throw their axes, can't... Oh no, they can't throw that far?
It's too far.
Sure.
When accounting for diagonals.
Yeah, he's also on the wall.
It's living in your walls.
Alright, these two
can
will
be
also proceed to
hysterical.
die on their next move.
Man, I'm sad. I was gonna use the gift of the gem dragon, and if they failed, I was gonna push it into lava, into the pit of acid. Man, I'm
Legendary.
It becomes green. And the inside, meanwhile.
Back to assisting.
92?
Oh, 92,
92.
big.
92?
Big.
You find it. Yes, there it is. A purple key.
Fuck! Now hurry up and get it out here and then get back in there. You little bastard.
Why is there a blue key on here?
That's the
That's
projected.
a clone. It's helping me. It's helping me along with Mr. Alabiwat to search.
Because
camera.
Noah's not smart enough to do it himself. I don't
Well, no, because like,
It gives +5 bonus on top of
yeah,
that.
it's even better. Yeah. Because now it's me guiding myself in addition
Isn't that?
to.
I would say, isn't that just like Obama putting a medal on himself? Like,
I mean, I guess. Not really.
That's
It's like looking at a map of your location while exploring that location.
Interesting analogy.
When we only have one key left, I think Wiz has to find it. Because what happens if we find all the keys? He's just trapped in there forever. So we're
Yeah, I
gonna be
mean-
stuck here for decades as Wiz only rolls 2s.
No.
It just might take a few years.
Alright, I think I just moved it to red. You both get to search again.
Ooh, Exactly 100.
Oh, shit, a
Oh,
96? God, Wiz
96.
really just said, oh, it's impossible for you to roll high. That immediately just does the ow.
Yeah,
Double.
immediately finds the green key.
Alright, now the question is, Wiz, you want to get back in there, homie? Or do you want to join the DPS squad out here?
Nope.
Fair enough. Welcome to the DPS squad.
Alright, and as the key returns back to being red there, this part is no surprise. And I should probably start moving these out of the way because things are about to get hectic.
Oh, God.
One of you guys should like say that Valinja should come in this fucking labyrinth and be useful. You should have really recommended that.
Yeah, I will do that.
Bonus! If she can't roll high, she's stuck there. And then
That's
we
true.
leave.
Just fuck off. They're trapped in there forever.
Right.
Okay,
I
hold
see
on,
it says an
just-
absolute win.
Sorry, I was just moving them
It
around.
says no.
Well, surely she.
You guys should get out of this maze already.
6.
Mark, she gave
7.
up casting spells after like 1 round. I don't know if she's gonna agree.
10.
Wait, did the Minotaurs all come back to life?
Yeah,
No, there's
they-
just new ones spawning.
There's more.
Oh.
Alright, as this new squad respawns, the chest turns from red to black. If you suggest the course of action to Valindra all the way, Ollie, but what? Will you?
Yeah, about her hopping into the fucking...
Well, no, I'm going to do that. I'm going to speak through my clone and tell her that.
Fair enough. That makes
Seems
sense.
reasonable. Dimension door. Valindra is now in the maze, so they use their action at Dimension door so they can't search this round.
Oof.
Don't you have advantage because of your clone?
Yeah.
You right.
Over 3.
Wiz, by the way, I don't know which one you would prefer to have the extra attack. You can fucking pick if it's you or Mirage.
Well, surely the radiant damage might. Oh, they don't have any vulnerabilities. Never mind.
But he probably just does more damage than Mirage, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Essence of the dragon. We're rolling DF.
Nick rolled
Yep.
a 0. L.
Pretty good DF, honestly.
Alright, go ahead and roll up that damage. Remember, for every 100, 1 dies. Up to 6. And then after that, it's every 200.
Okay.
Jordan is a dragon now. And Mirage is a dragon tiger. It's like
I
Monster
have an
Hunter.
idea, actually.
It's like a
Oh,
dragon.
that's scary.
Bonus point.
I don't know how I feel about Azil saying to have an idea.
What if I was just like, not in this room and like
Probably not the worst idea.
here?
How would your sentient mace friend feel about that?
As long as he's shooting shit, it's probably happy. It's probably
Oh
getting
yeah,
out,
we
bro.
gotta do. Oh,
There are
I'm
so
sorry,
many
sentient mace
corpses
friend,
on the
dude.
floors.
It gets like this. Look, if I'm in there, I can die, but I cannot. I'm less likely to die if I'm in here. And if I die, I can't shoot
kill a
people.
Therac, yeah.
I like how you started to say, I can't die, and then you're like,
73
guys.
damage from Jordan.
check this out. Boom, 10 more damage.
and another 10?
health for me. Let's go. Oh my god, we got crits up the wazoo right
There we
now.
go. How much is this?
311 so far. Can we add some more? Do I hear any more damage?
I still have my turn to go. I'm going to move up here. I'm going to bonus action I guess I'll start having my cannons get larger, because I don't know how long this is gonna go on for now.
Well, the bad guys come out every time it skips something, and now it's 2 every time it skips, so
Gotcha.
the bad guys are gonna come out real quick. If you want, you
Okay.
could get them up here and have them actually be artillery from the down.
Well, no, I want them to be relatively close so that they can use the flamethrowers.
True.
I think you guys should just leave them main.
No, Zelka, we gotta get all the keys
Actually,
so
I think
we
it's
can
within,
open
I think it's
this.
within 5 feet of me, so I think I have to put it there. I guess I can put it there. And I will move behind them because I don't want to get hit. And I will have them both use a flamethrower. What's the rip cone on this? 15-foot cone. Actually, is this one even worth doing? Maybe that one doesn't do the 15-foot cone. Actually, I guess there's no reason right now for either of them to do it, so I'll just have them both do a ballista.
Wait, that was the Wordle? Wow.
Is it easy?
One of them got a crit.
I still have to do mine.
Wow, that second one really didn't want to roll a good damage on that one. And I will... what would I like to do? Whoa, oh, that's the dead guns. Wait, what's happening?
Those are the ones that have died. I'm not keeping their corpses on the battlefield because it will get really cramped really fast.
Okay, I will...
And plus, then you can count up your kills at the end.
I will firebolt. Actually, I'm kind of tempted to fireball over here. That's probably overkill.
Well, spells aren't gonna work against them, so I don't know if that's, you know.
Oh, well,
Unfortunately, it is as predicted.
yeah. Wait, but I have... does it matter that I have Fire Adept?
It does not. The spell seems to
it
completely
seems-
cancel out.
Yeah, it seems like they're using the anti-magic properties of a Minotaur, just in the sense that
Okay.
your magic is not working.
Okay, got it. Okie dokie.
Alright, Saga, you gotta add some punches on here too.
Yeah.
We're at 436 damage right now. Can you bring Greavy? What can you bring?
About 200 damage, I think.
Is that what you want me to write down? About 200? No, let's see. The actual amount is... for a grand total of 6 of them having been killed.
Pog.
I told you it was about 200 damage.
Don't forget, everyone's healing 1 HP from me every turn, so that adds up.
True.
Alright, is that it? Did you already search this turn, Sean?
I believe I got.
I think you
yeah,
got a
I did.
2 and a 40, right?
Oh wait,
Yes,
actually, I just should.
I did search. I did search.
Okay. Then, on their turns, let me bring this back to black. I just realized I had done that incorrectly. They can't reach you. They will go for the next closest targets.
You can escape the maze, but you can't escape the Minotaur's drawing.
Alright, up at you, Ali, but what? The battle axe gets thrown. 33.
Use a reaction to block it.
Alright, Jordan.
This thing's so
They-
pog.
One of them is in range to Gormer. Actually, you're in the center. Your count is here, right? Yeah, still trying. One of them is going to try and charge at you and gore you. 27. Yes. They have advantage on every attack.
The hell's a dark 20?
Dark 20.
Bro, is
I think
Wiz
that's it.
evil?
Alright, you maintain as they throw 2 great axes at you.
So he's got...
Actually, the third one will also just go for a regular gore attack while it's here.
He has 30 AC right now. Okay.
33.
Oh, that one hits.
barring no contest, that is 36 piercing.
I'd love to help you, but I don't think my clone has my
I
magic
can't
items.
really help him, but I can at least use telekinetic reprisal on whichever one that was to force a strength saving throw.
Alright. That's all they really do though, so that's 4 more Minotaurs gone at the end of this turn. As they are all promptly killed, Valindra will go for the search.
Can I have my advantage on this? Because they probably don't need my help to do 400 damage. I'm adding 44 and 3 attacks. I don't think each attack is worth like 75 damage, no?
I think it's fine.
Let's see.
Oh shit, 98, right?
93 or 98, yeah, depending on.
Well, Valindra's rolling with advantage, so presumably it's 98.
Right.
Yes, that would be correct, so let me see. Valindra doesn't find anything. You said you got a what?
98.
98. Nice. Very nice. You locate inside the maze, Kion, the red key. And now there is the chest is just black. The bones are rumbling.
I don't think we should send another person into the maze at this point. Because, like, even if it does work out the way we want and you find it before her, but what if it's the other way around?
I feel like once you solve the puzzle, though, you're gonna get shunted out.
Just stay here and help us kill bad guys. It's not worth the risk.
We could be fighting bad guys for a while.
Yeah, it's fine. We can take them.
Like, what if she has to roll like 100?
Cough.
But yeah, that's fine. I'll stay out here.
I will continue.
Steam
doing what I've
explosion
been
all
doing.
over these. So you're just going to stay out here then? And
Yeah, I'll stay out here.
I'm assuming I don't think anybody used any expendable resources last time, so I'm probably just going to roll with the 631 from last time, unless.
Oh well, I'm out here now.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, in addition to whatever you're
Oh,
about
yeah.
to hit them with.
And I
Oh,
think
yeah,
Nick might do a little more damage with these guys because they're gonna be medium now, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Yep.
no,
and
they won't do more damage than they did previously. Not until they're large.
Okay, so then just
But I will
let's assume that what we've got, and then. But also, I gain a hit point along with everyone else I can see. This is vital. All right, Mark, do some damage. Let's see if you can kill at least one villain.
Yeah. So spell damage seems to not be working. So I'm trying to think about what I should be doing here.
Oh, you know what I could do though? I could send out the Staff of the Python.
Hey, Aqua, have we seen them make a strength save yet?
Yes, their strength save was plus 14.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
can
it'd be
send
really
out the
fun if I
Staff
just
of the
shunt-
Python. I can send out the
If
Staff of
I
the
just
Python
shunt one to the acid
for
pit.
damage.
Sorry, I'm just moving this up so I can move this up. There we go.
Wait, I just realized I didn't bring my Shield Guardian in. Whatever.
Oh, I thought you were trying to keep him out of there so he didn't die.
Well, he'd probably be okay, but yeah, we'll keep him safe for now.
That's fair.
Alright, it seems like enough circumstances have changed. Go ahead and roll down damages. Once more.
Okay.
Rolling.
Actually, I guess I can have them move, so that way maybe they can do flamethrowers instead of force.
I click the button to feel happiness.
Alright, I'm adding it up.
I will say, I think it'll be more optimal if I get one of the extra attacks from Allah, because instead of casting a cantrip, if I just attack, I can get 3 attacks, which will allow me to do 3 steam bounces. Which I think will be more damage than anyone else could get from one single attack.
I don't think they can be affected by steam more than once per turn, right?
I thought it was once per attack. Let me double check.
I will have the snake go over and attack as well, Python.
Snake doing what it can.
It doesn't say anything about once per
Oh, crit.
turn, Aqua. It just says, if a damage has no area of effect, all creatures of your choice within 5 feet of the target are also damaged, and a creature in the area of more than one of these steam bursts is affected only once. But it says nothing about the amount of times
That's
per
on 2GM.
turn.
That was on
Got it.
2GM. It's fine now, but you got it anyways.
So, Jake, did you hear what I said?
If you think it's optimal and Wiz is cool with me, yeah, I think probably taking off Wiz, giving to you is the best option.
Is that fine with
Yeah,
you,
that-
Wiz? Because
that's-
it'll give me some extra fire damage to bounce, since I'll have 3 times my fire bounce.
Wait, the last one isn't against dragons?
I think he meant because one of the damages is 10 against dragons. I
Yeah,
don't know,
there's slashing against dragons, which isn't.
relevant right now.
Yeah.
How much damage? The 10 that says slashing against dragons? Oh. Okay, I'll add that radiant in.
I don't want pancakes.
Okay, so Aqua, here is my first attack, and this will have the sneak attack and everything else on it. The fire damage will explode, so instead of 10 fire damage, that'll overall be 60, and then the remaining 2 attacks. I can make that hit, just so we can get a baseline for the damage. Basically, all of the fire damage there, multiply it by 6. And yeah, I'm not done with. I'll still need Steam Jet. So,
Alright.
so let me see. This is what I think it should be from my set of attacks, and then also Steam Jet, which would be
An additional.
that much damage.
Out of curiosity, have you been using your sheer mastery thing to let you turn hit misses into hits?
Yes.
Okay.
Zarya, did you want to chuck some punches in here too?
Yes. Okay.
It's at advantage anyway, so just count it as a hit.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll 1 because I have
Yeah.
advantage and I have. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's no way you're missing him. $1,075 damage in total thus far.
Oh, so I need to heal for 12 more.
Oh, true. I need to heal, don't I? I need to heal for 1.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Vital. Oh,
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Someone was really mad that you.
Zelka's
healed.
dead. He sheeshed so hard he died. He's back. He's back. He survived.
Crisis averted.
Whew, that was close.
Alright, taking a look at how this is progressing, especially with a new Python which can actually eat up some hits.
Mhm.
And with the amount of reliable round-to-round damage that is dealt, here's what happens. The Ninja continues searching inside of there for a couple rounds. However, then eventually comes a point where it goes from 12 to 14 to 16, and then finally, Finally, at 16 of them, as you slice and dice your way through, your staff of the Python, I think, is probably going to go down maybe once, but it can be resummoned again anyway.
Right.
You're able to form large cannons that even more DPS. Mirage and Jordan are going about on their Tiger, just slashing away. Azel's executing as many as they can, repeatedly. Zaga's going about, able to even land probably some stuns on them even, right, to hold them off at bay. And by the time you're at 16 of them, finally, the bones inside of each of these areas runs out.
I feel like we brute forced this one.
Yeah. It turns out when you can't roll D100 to save your fucking life.
So wait,
Yes.
how many rounds was that roughly?
Yeah, how much
So-
HP do we heal?
Yeah, it was at 12, so that was another 2 rounds of combat.
2 HP! Woo!
Yeah.
Alright! Look at
Let me
that.
see. Does
I think
Valinda
I
find
healed
it in
6 HP total this combat.
No, Valinda does not find it in time. As it runs out... Well, actually, Valinda has time to keep searching.
How much more mazes there?
Maybe she'll get it.
Yeah, I will continue
Oh my
to be
God,
guiding
come
her.
on,
Oh, she
Valinda.
is terrible.
This is an
What is she
advantage,
trying
mind
to
you.
roll? What is she trying to roll?
They're
A
looking for the key.
95.
I see.
Presumably a
There's-
95.
Is anybody else going to join in the search?
Yeah, I'll join.
may-
I haven't done any searching.
Give me
we
roll
aren't sure what happens
2d100.
when the last person
How
find is
many?
in.
How many do you want me to roll? What, 2?
Well, wait, no. So Nick,
What?
we're worried that the last person that finds the key will get teleported out, and then anyone else will be stuck in there.
Oh, I see. So,
So-
you don't want me to have a battle with Valinda to see who gets stuck there forever?
You,
I
That'd
mean,
be
if
funny.
you
can do
want,
whatever
if
you
you
want.
want, if you want to do that, I will
If
guide
you
you
wanna-
both equally.
yeah, if you want to test it, go ahead.
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay.
And Nick wonders why he's got to make characters all the time.
Mm-hmm.
How many
Alright,
do I
go and roll
roll
that 2d100.
Well, you rolled a 100.
I see. Not here. I am was hoping that it is roll 100.
We're just gonna keep going until one of us hits it, I guess.
Pretty much.
The roll off. See who wins.
Oh, so far Nick's been winning the roll off. Oh,
Oh, you just had to say something.
You had to say it. You had to say it.
But why is she like number 4 so much?
They're secretly Jin in disguise.
That'd be fine. Ooh, a 90. That's
a
good.
90? Oh,
Nice.
Hit
A
69.
69. Surely that's good.
97.
97?
97. Very good. But not enough.
It actually is roll 100.
No, no.
That's
What are you
it.
doing to... well, it depends. What are you doing anything else to assist your search, Bruno?
Guidance.
Yeah, you're gonna need a bit more than that.
IDs.
Keen mind, I don't know.
Oh shit. She's got a 98. Look out.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Maybe I should hop back in there.
Bro, how
You
many
say
people
as
are
they
gonna let-
find a black key.
What's going on?
Oh my.
Really, I rolled 1 off. Alright.
No, they use locate object, as they will now tell you. I used locate
Why
object to
couldn't you
find a
use
key.
it earlier. So am I still stuck in the? I guess I'm in here right now.
No, you were ejected out too.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That is good.
Why didn't you
Okay,
do it earlier,
so-
dude?
We have all the keys and an invisible key, which you still have no idea what it does.
Alright,
Right, so-
give them to me.
No, what?
No,
What?
you get nothing.
I will.
Sure.
eat
As we're
them.
about to reach the conclusion of this session, there is the sarcophagus here, which no longer is shifting colors constantly. Instead, here's what you see.
Oh my god, is it gonna be more weapons that Azelka can grab?
With demons inside.
The sarcophagus is no longer black, red, purple, or gold, nor
Demon
green
is
nor
very-
blue.
Wrong word.
It is now completely translucent, as if it's made out of crystal.
Can we see anything
In-
like inside from it?
Yes, inside you see a robe covered in scintillating colors. It seems to be covered in slime.
Yo, we found a robe of scintillating colors.
Does this seem to have the same trapped spirit BS from the mace?
At a glance, yes. And Ed's thinking that, Azel, now that you're actually, in the room, Well, you were in the room, and that can be seen from the sarcophagus from that distance. You hear in your head, "Ugh, I hate that one. They're so indecisive."
Yeah.
I guess Elka just goes, ugh, randomly.
Who
So you said
wants
it's
to
a.
grab it?
I
The
can
rope of
grab it.
scintillating colors.
Guess. I don't know what the scintillating colors is.
You can change the colors of the rope.
Would you like to touch it?
Don't touch it.
Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Why not?
All right, you go ahead and touch.
Hang on, before. Let me think about what I can do in case bad things happen.
Seeing as how I saw what happened last time, I'll take the stance that lets me help people if they make a saving throw.
All right, you
Okay,
stancify.
I've evaluated all my options. I touch it.
All right, you touched it. As you touch the robe of scintillating color, slime pours from the folds of the robe that take the form of multiple flail-like pseudopods. A female voice echoes through the chamber. I can help you. At least I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Make a charisma saving throw.
He's good at these.
Not good
And
enough.
4d4
Okay, I'm gonna give him Flash of Genius.
What's your mud?
9.
And you get 4d4s, because they're free, why not?
Oh Jesus!
And you have a 1d4 from my talisman if you want it.
If I was ready for Zelka to grab it, I would have given him the 4d4 too.
No,
but,
no,
Oh, sorry, I
no,
didn't-
no.
But
Yeah,
Zelka being
so-
possessed by a
I'm not
demon
gonna
is
have
way
all this
funnier.
stuff. I think someone else will have it.
Is 48 good enough?
That's pretty solid. As you hear inside of your head, oh, okay.
No, you made it sad.
And you see the slime return back over onto the cloak.
So
The range.
can I like? What is this cloak like? What actually is it?
It's a very colorful cloak. It looks like there's a spirit inside of it.
Oh, it's just vibing there?
Maybe you have to fail. Wait, put it in the spirit lantern.
True. Can I do that?
I think the
Would you like to
lantern's
try?
full, right?
Is it?
Is it?
I don't think
I
so.
don't know.
There's a big thing you can put in the lantern.
Yeah, I don't think there
Great,
was
let's try to put it in the lantern. I would love for Zelka just have a million spirits.
Zelka just like fucking becomes Pokemon collector with spirits.
Azel, do you touch the robe in order to try and get it into the lantern?
Possibly go wrong.
I'll be ready to give him D4s if he needs them.
And the same with Flash of Genius, if necessary.
Alright. Azel, you go ahead and touch the robe so you can get ready to place it into the lantern. When suddenly you see the spirit of the spirit inside of you appear. No! Get away! As you see the snail spirit be like, no, I think I have to be here. And they tussle between each other back and forth for a moment, moving to and fro between red smoke and slime, as the slime forcibly drags out the spirit that's inside of you and possesses you. And you see the red mist go back into the mace. No!
Bro, they're having a custody battle for him.
Okay, what does my spirit do now?
I have
back in the maze.
provided you a heads
Wait,
up.
this changes nothing.
So wait, they didn't go into the lantern, I guess?
Zelka's getting these funky handouts and we just have no idea what he's looking at.
I need to get water.
Let me put this one on.
This is so fucking good.
Maybe we should intentionally fail the saving throw.
Oh, I'm gonna.
The mace
At
seems
some
like it is now infested with a spirit again.
Yeah, who wants
Do
to
you
who
want-
wants the mace? Who wants the mace?
You want the angry man, Jake?
Yeah, I'm not interested in a mace. I'm waiting until I find something that looks funky.
Nah, no.
You know what? Sure, I will touch the mace to just see if the guy wants to come hang out.
Alright, so you're going to touch the mace, Ellie, but what?
Yeah, why not? Fuck it.
The red mist exits out of the mace. Yes, 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 free me!
Yes, come on, get in. Just don't be rude.
Oh, you choose to fail to save?
Yeah.
Alright, and so you do. Ali, but what? You hear inside of your head. Yes, I didn't quite like that other one, but together we can rend everything down to the ground.
I don't particularly do much of the attacking myself.
Oh, but you will.
Thank
You have a handout.
I thought he was gonna be like, fuck.
He just gets angry. I picked the wrong one.
Yeah, literally.
You have a new handout. Well, you will find it underneath your tomb handouts, underneath your characters.
You know,
Are you sure you
I
want
really
to
want
be
to
in
see what
me?
these handouts are, don't you, Mark? I'm really curious. Maybe I should get possessed by a spirit too.
Wait, who got the other spirit?
Jake.
I just
I'll,
decided to grab one.
Nice.
I'm just
Mm.
curious.
Does that mean you now actually have a melee weapon?
I already have a melee
No,
weapon.
the mace.
Oh.
The mace is irrelevant to the spirit, technically.
The Staff of Power is my melee weapon.
Well, now you're
It seems
using
these
a mace.
items are just vessels for them.
But the items might still be relevant nonetheless.
They're worth carrying around, especially because it seems that when they depart, they just return back to the vessel.
Yeah. What if you drop the vessel into acid?
It's an interesting question, but I'm not sure that it's worth investigating right now.
Maybe not.
That'd be really funny, though.
I mean, I've had my fair share of exorcisms.
Bella! Bella! Come here. Bella!
This one is rather
Nobody in the
Rose
party
about
is named Bella.
Shut- Rose is about to
Yes.
show us what an exorcism looks like.
Oh,
With this,
God.
with this spirit found, that is the end of the session.
Come here.
Cool.
Come here.
Oh,
Come here, baby.